guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Well, thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Sommers on the radio. Got that hot shot secret and the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break one line for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let her roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas, you'll catch it all on the Steve Sommers Show. We got that hot shot secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Yeah, we're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive.
I suppose that's my cue, right? Cue the microphone. Here we go. Welcome back. Hope your week's off to a good start. Hey, you made it through the hard part. Monday. We'll be closing out a Monday from time zone to time zone. Work our way into the 8th day of February. That's what I'm seeing on the calendar here. My, what do we got going on here? Lots to cover on a Tuesday morning. Welcome back. It's another edition of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios our secret bunker, Cincinnati, Ohio. That's the home 20. Glad to be back with our friends on, maybe you're a first-timer joining us via tncradio.live. Kicked things off with the new partner last evening as we started the new week. And as many truck drivers join us here on a Tuesday morning as they get their new week started, you might be one of those catching us for the very first time via tncradio.live. Our number is 844-844-3388. All right, as we get things started here, not a bad night for most of the country weather-wise for our travels moving the freight. A lot of freight trying to play catch-up right now after the big winter storm Wednesday, Thursday, on through the weekend. What a mess left behind there. And a whole lot of freight got held up for many, many hours. From Dallas all the way up into New England. All right, tonight we do have a little sneaky eastern storm that's bringing a little bit of rain to some of the coastal areas there in the Northeast. And this is actually going to be some snow, enough to prompt winter weather advisories in parts of Vermont, New Hampshire, primarily Maine. You're going to see a pretty good snowfall accumulation out of this storm. The storm, the heaviest rain is staying just off the coast, thank goodness. Well, you've got a lot of rain, heavy rain actually falling in the Boston area. The eastern half of Massachusetts, heavy rain falling there. Still some light rain down into New York City. And it looks like Maryland, things have pretty much cleared out of Maryland. Still some shower activity in southern New Jersey, down into parts of Delaware. From there, you've got the tail of the storm that's bringing some rain to southeastern portions of Georgia, right through the Big Bend area of Florida. Rain in Apalachicola. We could see some rain. Looks like rain stretching all the way over to even the Jacksonville area tonight. But, for the most part, it's rain. That's a good thing. Little bit of snowfall in there in northern portions and eastern portions of lower Michigan tonight. The storm, this is the system that did unleash some icing conditions, some fresh ice in parts of the Carolinas and the mid-Atlantic as we started the new week here. This will be spreading a swath of heavy snow and maybe an icy mix across portions of New England overnight tonight. Now, this just days after our big storm dropped 1 to 2 feet of snow on parts of the region Friday into Saturday. This coastal storm actually strengthened a bit overnight, Sunday night into Monday morning. So it was allowed to pull in moisture, spreading well into the west across the Carolinas in the form of some rain, some sleet, and yes, some freezing rain. A separate pocket of moisture developed along the mid-Atlantic and southern New England coast by early Monday, where we saw some patches of drizzle, rain, and ice, even some wet snow that persisted into the midday hours. As the main part of the storm moves north and northeast just off the mid-Atlantic coast overnight tonight, rain a bit more extensive along the I-95 corridor there in the mid-Atlantic, but at least temperatures warm enough for it to fall as just plain old rain. Now, overnight tonight, most of the problems related to sleet, freezing rain, and snow will have subsided in most of New York City, areas west and north of Interstate 287 in New Jersey, the Hudson Valley of New York State, and Connecticut. Could see some pockets of ice, maybe some slushy conditions into the early overnight hours here. Things gradually going to be getting better as we progress. You'll see that quick transition from wet snow and sleet to rain in Boston. That transition has already occurred. Again, you're looking at rain and some pretty decent rain falling at this hour. Now, the snow's primarily going to be on the portions of Massachusetts to southern Vermont, New Hampshire, and Maine, as the storm is going to continue to track offshore. Now, forecasters say if you're going to be venturing northward along the New York State Thruway and westward along the Massachusetts Turnpike, as well as stretches of I-89, 91, and 93, you could see some delays Some snow, some slushy conditions, and maybe some ice overnight tonight into Tuesday morning. Now, the road surface temperatures are well below freezing in much of New England due to the extent of the cold conditions you saw over the weekend. So that will allow more snow to accumulate and obviously more travel difficulties for that region. Yeah, the compact nature of this storm is going to kind of limit the extent of snow on the northwestern flank. Albany, New York, you're going to be on the western edge of the snow. Places like Burlington, Vermont, you may not even see any snow. Only if the storm becomes significantly stronger than expected would any snow extend much further to the northwest across eastern New York and parts of Vermont. But a big surge of cold air, in this case, is not forecast to immediately follow this storm like most of the storms that we've seen in recent weeks. For much of the rest of this week, the circulation around Alberta Clipper storms traveling across the Midwest, that's going to keep the coldest air locked up in Canada and most of their snow well north and west of the coastal areas there in the Northeast. This potential storm for next week, we're looking ahead already. A new push, some of the models are depicting a new push of Arctic air may coincide with the formation of a large storm later this weekend into early next week. This potential storm around Valentine's Day could be the next big snow producer. Right now, we're way too far out. The precise track and impacts far from certain right now, but they do tell us this storm could end up bringing the next widespread threat of snow into the Northeast, unless a more eastward track well out to sea evolves, or a track maybe that hugs the coast. An out to sea track would spare the region from precip or bring very little in the way of accumulations. Now, if a track develops that hugs the coast, that could bring rain or that wintry mix again to some of our major I-95 cities. All right, on the other hand, a track just offshore is typically the best setup for snow to fall along the I-95 corridor. It's that time of year where the snow enthusiasts getting out there on the snowmobiles, the ski resorts, big business. And you got to be careful out there on the ice. It's the second rescue scenario we've seen in recent weeks on the Great Lakes. A big ice sheet broke off of Lake Erie, broke from land near, Catawba Island? There were 18 snowmobilers that had to be rescued by the Coast Guard, and this was over the weekend Sunday. This island juts out into the middle of Lake Erie. It's about a 1-hour drive east from Toledo, Ohio. Ultimately, Coast Guard members on a helicopter noticed the ice sheet that the group of nearly 20 people had gathered on was drifting out into the lake. So the rescue operations got underway. 7 rescued by the helicopter. 4 others were grabbed up by a Coast Guard airboat, and the remaining 7 were rescued by a Good Samaritan in a personal airboat. According to the Coast Guard, out of the Detroit sector, there's no such thing as safe ice. But people can kind of mitigate their risk. Be sure to tell somebody where you're going and when you're expecting to be back. Ice on the Great Lakes is very unpredictable, and the conditions can change very quickly. The Coast Guard urges people going out on the ice, be prepared, wear clothes that are appropriate for the water temperature. It's a good idea to, keep a life jacket and carry objects like ice picks or screwdrivers that can help people break through the ice if they accidentally fall under it. Just a day before this impromptu rescue mission, the National Weather Service's Cleveland office took to Twitter, warning people of the dangers of ice drifts, where the high winds push sheets of ice offshore and deeper into the lake. You're urged to stay off the ice on Lake Erie as there's the possibility that the ice will drift away from shore. And, of course, dangerous ice conditions could develop, causing you to be trapped on the ice sheet. The only way to get back is going to be to get into those frigid waters. Water temperatures on Lake Erie near Toledo right now is about 34 degrees. Frigid cold water. But finally, the lakes have really begun to develop some significant ice. Lake Erie is about 80% covered in ice now. Yeah. Of course, we had above average ice temperatures, well into January. As the overall Great Lakes, what are we looking at here? All the Great Lakes combined, just over 41% ice covered right now, according to the National Weather Service. But they did share some interesting tidbits. How thick does the ice need to be to walk on it? Well, according to the Weather Service, at least 2 inches to walk on. Now, for a snowmobile, they recommend at least 5 inches of ice. And as we've all seen with the likes of the ice road truckers, trucks can actually drive on frozen ice when it's at least 12 inches thick. Little winter weather information as we get things underway here on a Tuesday morning. Again, hope your week's off to a good start. Let's see who's checking in early on here. Hello to Miguel, checking in from Miami, Florida. My, Miguel, I'll trade you a 22-degree temperature for your 70 in Miami at this hour. Hello to Heavy D. Morning, Steve, and the overnight drive crew. Stay safe out there. Keep on trucking. Roy's on board. Frank checking in. Good morning from Midway, Kentucky. We've got 31 degrees. Gerald says hello. Everybody be safe. Live on the Freedom Convoy. You know, there's some new developments there in Canada. And, hey, we've got some more information about a potentially large convoy coming to fruition here in the lower 48. It's been bantered around in recent days. Again, so hang on. We'll give you the info there. Hello to Kim, checking in this morning. Timothy, James, morning from Woodstock, Georgia. Clear, 36 degrees. Did you see the report? The truckers' convoy in Canada has now shut down the Ambassador Bridge between Detroit and Canada. Now, that I had not yet seen. I was not aware of that. I do know that there are a number of area crossings. Matter of fact, out in Western Canada, some of a convoy of truckers from Alaska joining in at the border crossing there in Western Canada. Tank checks in from Arizona. Happy Tuesday. 28 degrees here around Flagstaff, headed westbound and down. Everybody truck safe. Have a great day. Let's see, Joe checking in. Hello to Steve and all the cartoon characters. Getting the week started over here in Winchester, Virginia, with a cool 28 degrees. Glad everything went well for your trip down south there. Everybody have a safe night. Bama checking in from Guntersville, Alabama. It's a warm 37 degrees, headed to Gainesville, Georgia, for shish kebab and giggles. I downloaded the TNCRadio.live app the other day. And even though the interface maybe looks a little outdated, I enjoyed the programming compared to the trucking channel on Sirius XM. And those two bozos from Dallas-Fort Worth. Anyway, everybody have a great day. Thank you much. Bama, do appreciate that. Yeah, I stuck around and caught the broadcast there from Stan Campbell this past morning. A little bit of tunes talking about the old guys, the old farts, which he kind of delegated himself as to being an old fart. But, yeah, entertaining. Let's see. Gilligan checks in. Morning, Steve, and fellow listeners. Got a clear, cool temperatures in Christiansburg, Virginia. Everybody keep it shiny side up. Copy in the mail, Chevy Guy. Hello to the Rambler. Well, praise God, Overnight Drive Nation. It's Rambler checking in from Atmore, Alabama, headed to Montgomery, Alabama. And this load is as messed up as the one-legged man in a butt-kicking contest. But with Lord's help, we'll get through this. Shout out to Pappy, and everybody please continue to pray for his daughter, Mercedes. I will check in later on this morning. God bless. Drive safe, everyone out there. Yes, I didn't actually get an update. I have not spoke to Pappy. I've been trying to, stay back. I know he's very busy, and reception for his cell phone is very, very spotty when he's up in the hospital. So, we'll see if we can Pappy may be up listening. He may be home resting. I'm not exactly sure at this point in time. So if I hear anything, I'll let you know. Jimmy Jammer checking in. Currently 20 degrees in Burlington, Kentucky. Working my belly back to the home 20, Fayetteville, Tennessee. Everybody have a great morning. Stephen checking in from Semi Valley, California. Hey there on the West Coast. 007 checking in from Joplin, Missouri. Hanging out at the Petro truck stop there tonight. Hello to Bidu, Morning Steve, and the Overnight Drive crew. There's old Crazy Ray checking in from West Michigan. 21 degrees, a little bit of light snow out here. Good morning to Marianne. Good to have you on board. Buckeye Boy checking in from Sandy, Utah again. 33 degrees now. Got into the 40s today, which was nice. I got a text from the repair shop. It said they have the repairs completed. They're waiting for the test driver to get back and take the truck out to make sure all is good. As soon as they call, I'll grab an Uber and get back on the road. Well, first get back to the hotel, pack up most of my stuff. Then once my customer's rep flies in from Atlanta tomorrow to help me load, I can get the heck out of here. Got here on the 28th, unloaded on the first truck, went in the shop on the 2nd. So most of the hotel staff knows me by name now. I will be glad to get rolling home once again. So it sounds like Buckeye Boy's trip out west, which he wasn't really looking all that forward to begin with, didn't go the smoothest as he anticipated, right? Good luck, Buckeye Boy. Have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. Hello to Scotty, a.k.a. Demon, checking in this morning. Talk about snow that goes against community standards. I hope they put you in Facebook jail, you climate terrorist. Afternoon, everybody. Hammer down. Be safe. Got 38 degrees at the New York, Connecticut state line at this hour. There's Dahlonega, Georgia, checking in. Hello, David. Jake checks in. Great night in Ottawa, Canada. Of course, they're on the Celsius scale. We've got 6 below, wind chill minus 11. Those protesters up there, I'm out there day after day in these bitterly cold temperatures. Let me see. Soma says, Michigan DOT. The Ambassador Bridge to Canada in Detroit closed due to COVID-19 vaccine mandate protests. So, a couple of listeners sharing that information. I had not heard that. Very interesting. Now, what kind of backups is that going to cause? All right, we'll get to Terry from Canada. Matter of fact, just ahead, I think he's got an update for us as far as the convoy there in Canada. 21 past the hour. So we'll get to your calls just ahead at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hotshot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111.
I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, I'm looking at a report here, I believe, from, CDL Life this past day, which says truck driver protests are spreading across the globe as the movement against mandated vaccines continues, and the co-founder of the upcoming Convoy to D.C. demonstration says that United States drivers will soon join the protest in numbers that may surprise the public. Obviously, since the Freedom Convoy first rolled out in Canada, with a culmination there in Ottawa, truck drivers in Leeuwarden, Netherlands, Wellington, New Zealand, Canberra, Australia have rallied together to protest vaccine mandates. Now the movement of truckers in the U.S. who say they're just looking to protect personal freedoms for themselves and others are gearing up to roll out on a convoy of their own. Organizer Brian Brass, I guess a co-organizer of the D.C. convoy, says, I think you're starting to see what will become a big global movement to end these mandates. It is a violation of your human rights to be mandated to take this. If you want it, get it. But being mandated to get it, we're standing up against that. We think it's wrong. Although Facebook removed the original Convoy to D.C. page last week, organizers like Brass say the movement has not lost its momentum and even alluded to partnerships with trucking companies that he says will be announced today, Tuesday, February the 8th. We're having trucking companies from all over the country calling us, drivers. The sheer volume of response, I'm going to say, will be just as big as Canada, if not larger, he says. Now, since the removal of the group's Facebook page for repeatedly violating our policies around QAnon, protest participants and organizers have moved to an alternative social media channels like Telegram and even TikTok, even though organizers say their involvement with QAnon is simply not true. Now, Canada has inspired the entire world to stand up. We're so proud of our Canadian brothers and sisters in the trucking industry across the world. I've had people reach out. Finland, Switzerland, Norway, Germany, the UK, Australia. The truck drivers are uniting worldwide, he said. Now, Brass's hope is not unfounded. In the last week, at least 1,000 people gathered near the Parliament House in Canberra, Australia, to protest the vaccine mandate. 2 trucker convoys launched from either side of the island of New Zealand with intentions to converge at Wellington, the capital, And around 25 trucks, dozens of cars, and more gathered in Leeuwarden, the Netherlands, echoing the same sentiments, according to the New Zealand Herald, the Times, and the Canberra Times. Additionally, the Brussels Times reports that European truckers are rallying on Signal to plan 2 separate protests among their 40,000 members. Truckers involved in this group plan to drive to their respective capitals. Well, that was supposed to take place this past day. Others will head to Brussels on February the 14th. One of the organizers there, a business organizer of the upcoming Australian demonstration, says he's already received a commitment from 2,500 vehicles to convoy to Vienna on February the 13th. Drivers in the UK are also planning convoys that will converge at 4 meeting points in England: Manchester, Exeter, Bristol, and Bournemouth, according to the Scottish Daily Express. So, I mean, the truckers on a global scale beginning to come together. Hello to Terry there, one of our Canadian drivers. What can you tell us? What's new?
Actually, I just read on Fox News that an Ontario judge has just brought in a 10-day injunction to stop the protesters from honking their horns, which is kind of funny.
Okay.
So that's one of the new things, and I know you already mentioned about the mayor of Ottawa has already declared that the town is under siege, and they declared a state of emergency.
Correct.
And they've been arresting people, which I don't understand why, who are trying to bring in fuel to the truckers so they can run it, run their trucks. So if you try to cross into the area where the trucks are, they're arresting them, and I don't understand the reasoning behind it. I think they're trying to say that it's hazardous material and it's dangerous or something like that, is what their thinking is. And also the residents of Ontario have brought a lawsuit of Ottawa, have brought a lawsuit against the leaders of the protest for disrupting their little town there. And I believe that the Ottawa police are also trying to get to the GoFundMe account to pay for their policing services, because I think they said it costs $800,000 a day for them to police the area.
So they're thinking they're going to try to take the funds out of the Freedom Convoy GoFundMe page?
Yeah, they're going to try to sue them for that money. And I'm sure you heard, but GoFundMe stopped accepting donations, and they actually stopped giving the money to them because they said it violated the rules of being hate, and I forget what the other term was, and they were going to refund all the money back to the donors, but apparently DeSantis in Florida, they must be based out of Florida or something, because he threatened to sue GoFundMe, and all of a sudden they changed their mind. They flip-flopped, and they decided to give money out again. So I like DeSantis. He's a good guy, apparently.
No doubt about it. Yep.
For what he did there.
Yep.
And I got a friend that lives there just a few blocks away from the protest, and she just said it just stinks like diesel fuel there, like the honking and because the fuel's just kind of getting stuck between the buildings and not really getting circulated out. And I just told her, I said, well, now you know what it's like for me to sleep in a truck stop.
Mm-hmm. Yes, that's true.
At night, yes. And just one update for crossing into the U.S. They, as you know, they mandated vaccinations on January 22nd, and I've since crossed 3 times into the U.S., and not once have I been asked to verify my vaccination status.
Very interesting. Well, all right. Well, Terry,
because I told you before that. They didn't have anything in place like what Canada does with the app. So I guess the customs officers just don't really care to try to enforce it. I don't know what they're up to.
Well, I'm looking here. I'm trying to get an update on the Ambassador Bridge. I found that. Yeah, this has been going on. I mean, earliest report I can find was about 7 hours ago. I think it was late Monday. Yeah, when they have actually shut down one of the busiest crossings into Michigan. More to come. A quick timeout news update. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
At least one person was killed and another was injured in a shooting at a grocery store in Richland, Washington. Police responded to the Fred Meyer store Monday morning after reports of shots fired. Commander Chris Lee is with the Richland Police Department.
The suspect and the deceased male from inside had some sort of interaction inside the store. We don't know exactly to what extent that was, but they did have a conversation.
Lee says they are looking for a suspect through every lead. The other shooting victim was in critical condition as of Monday afternoon. The Supreme Court voted 5-4 to halt a lower court ruling that would have forced Alabama to draw new congressional districts. The lower court ruled that the map Alabama submitted likely violated the Federal Voting Rights Act. On Wall Street, the Dow was flat, the NASDAQ and S&P 500 was down. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Dish TV is better than cable TV. Why? Because you can save 45% on packages compared to your high-priced cable bill. Wow. Take those giant scissors out and cut the cable and save with Dish TV. Plus, you get a free DVR upgrade to record your favorite shows and free installation. And with Dish Anywhere, you can watch TV for free on your mobile device. Act fast. You can save hundreds of dollars. Does your cable company do that for you? I don't think so. Get all the best TV programming at your fingertips at a fraction of the price of cable TV. So say adios, arrivederci, goodbye to the high cable bill and save up to 45% on Dish TV packages today. These are limited time offers and can change at any time. Call fast. 800-610-5739. 800-610-5739. 800-610-5739. That's 800-610-5739. 5739.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show, 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Hi, we're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that we can give our daughters everything they need to grow and learn. But not every child can focus on classes and play dates.
Nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. face hunger. That's 1 in 6. School lunch might be their only meal each day, and it's heartbreaking to imagine any child going to bed hungry. We're dreaming of a perfect day when kids can smile, play, and just be kids without worrying about where their next meal will come from. Feeding America is working to make that perfect day a reality.
Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. That food is given to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about doing things that make an ordinary day extraordinary. Learning to play an instrument, building a sandcastle, hosting tea parties. Hunger should never be an obstacle to growing up.
You can help end childhood hunger in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, thank you much. Welcome back. It is 844-844-3388. I'd like to jump on board. Lines available this morning. Let's see. A couple from the email bag. Let me start here. Jim, checking in. Just wanted to say hello and touch base. I worked second shift today. Ran into our old buddy Big Moose tonight. He was headed to the hospital. I guess he took a nasty fall today, unloading a freezer from his truck. I told him to call if he needed anything. I'm going to listen into the program till the Sandman comes a-knocking. So everyone have a great night. Please be safe. And again, prayers for Pappy's daughter and all those out there on the road tonight. So I guess we can add the Big Moose to our list. Hope everything's going well with Moose. I did get an update. Pappy sent me an email a few moments ago, which sounds like things are going the right direction. The surgery on the broken femur went well Monday morning. They were able to do the rod fix. I think there were two options. One, which she would be able to begin putting pressure on that leg immediately. The other would have been like months, I believe. Yeah, much, much, much longer healing time. So that's good. She'll be able to put pressure on it immediately. They're hoping to take her off the ventilator tomorrow and wake her up. We'll see what happens. But thanks again for all the prayers. God bless y'all for helping us through this. So I'd say that's good news. Let's hope and pray everything goes well when they take her off the ventilator. She's been on that for what? I guess 4, 5, 6 days. Time's been passing by so quickly. So, all right. Yeah, we left last Wednesday, so I guess it's been nearly a week now. My. All right, what else we have here? First, let me say, I want drivers to kind of think back. For those that may be participating in blocking roadways and the Ambassador Bridge being shut down right now. Think back to the summer of 2020 when truck drivers, and we spoke to many of you who were very, very pissed about the protests taking place around the country in relation to George Floyd and the Black Lives Matter. You recall what was going on. And I don't recall a truck driver, one, that ever supported any of these protests shutting down interstates or blocking traffic. I mean, many of you actually said, hey, if you get in my way, I'm going through, and I don't care if your ass gets run over. I don't know that this is the way to garner more public support, whether in the United States or Canada or anywhere in the world. I mean, right, I guess to date, most of the inconveniences have really been confined in Ottawa with life in the downtown, far from normal. There are some businesses that have had to shut their doors, and obviously, they're not happy about what's taking place there. Now, we all witnessed overwhelming support for the actual convoy as it progressed across Canada. Every town after town where hundreds, if not thousands of people bearing the frigid temperatures out there, waving their flags and supporting the truck drivers as they headed toward Ottawa. I think we would see a similar scenario, public support for the truck drivers once the D.C. convoy gets underway. Don't have all the details about that at this point. But a rapid way to lose support from the general populace, I think, is when people find themselves inconvenienced, unable to get from point A to point B, unable to get to the store. I mean, we even talked about, isn't it a crime when you're blocking traffic? There may be someone that is under duress, a heart attack victim, a stroke victim, and their life possibly depending on emergency responders getting to them. And if you've got traffic blocked, you could be causing possibly the death of an individual. I mean, things you really want to think about. Which brings up, now I won't hesitate to give you the information about what's going on, but I do not endorse or support the idea of shutting down interstates and shutting down traffic. If you want to get, here's my question, I guess. Wouldn't it be better if you want to get a message across about the impacts? Obviously, drivers, many are angry about the mandate. Just maybe park your truck when the freight stops moving. You're not inconveniencing people, but you're getting the message across at the same time. And we've already seen issues with shelves, supply chain issues, bare shelves in grocery stores. Just imagine how compounded that would be if the drivers sent a clear message by not moving the freight. I mean, again, I guess that's my question. According to WXYZ, Michigan's busiest border crossing shut down Monday after officials said the wait times were impacted due to the demonstrations. Michigan DOT stated Monday evening, yes, the Ambassador Bridge is closed. It remained closed. This update was as of 11:30 p.m., just over an hour ago. Police confirmed the closure is related to the protest. Trucker protests have been ongoing due to the country's COVID-19 mandates, as we all know. A helicopter video showing trucks backed up on the bridge throughout the afternoon. Canada Border Services is encouraging travelers to reroute to the Windsor-Detroit Tunnel or the Blue Water Bridge. Again, I guess that's kind of an ongoing thing at this hour. Take you over to the report from Bloomberg News, which was updated right about an hour ago, 11:43 p.m. Eastern Time. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau takes a hard line against the protests that have paralyzed Canada's capital city and now halted commercial traffic to the United States at the busiest border crossing between those two countries, the Ambassador Bridge, shut down in both directions, according to the Canadian government website and the Michigan Transportation Department. It is the most important land crossing for goods between Canada and its largest trading partner, a crucial artery for auto parts suppliers and manufacturers. About 1.4 million trucks entered the United States through Detroit last year, and almost all of them via the bridge, according to data from the Department of Transportation. Now, protesters on tractors and trucks blocked access to another major U.S.-Canada bridge about 65 miles northeast of Detroit on Sunday. Trudeau, speaking earlier on the floor of the legislature, the first time since this has all begun to unfold, I guess, is he out of quarantine now, warned that demonstrators were hobbling the economy and trying to undermine democracy. He dismissed contentions from the opposition conservatives that these columns of big rigs parked along major thoroughfares in Ottawa are emblematic of a country that is bitterly divided over this pandemic. This is a story of a country that got through this pandemic by being united, according to Trudeau. And for a few people shouting and waving swastikas, that does not define who Canadians are. Trudeau pretty much taken a page right out of the Biden administration in regards to the January 6th protest, trying to depict anyone who's participating as some sort of a radical that does not share the sentiments of the population in that country, which we know that is not true. He went on to slam the protesters for trying to blockade our economy, blockade our democracy, and our fellow citizens' everyday lives. He also raised his voice almost to a shout at one point. This pandemic has sucked for all Canadians, he said. Everyone's tired of COVID. But these protests are not the way to get through it. Now, his comments hours after the Ontario Superior Court judge ordered a 10-day halt to the deafening blast of the truck horns that have traumatized downtown residents. Police have begun trying to cut off supplies to the trucker convoy, but have so far been unable to contain the demonstrations, prompting the city of Ottawa to declare a state of emergency. Of course, protesters say they're not going to leave till these health restrictions are dropped. So we're at a deadlock at this point in time. But disruptions to commercial traffic are a significant escalation to the protest, and this may risk igniting backlash that may actually help Trudeau. See, what was I just saying? It's not a good way to garner support of the general populace. The Blue Water Bridge between Port Huron and Sarnia, Ontario, reopened after Sunday's closure. Other links, including the Peace Bridge that connects Ontario to Buffalo, are still open. Yeah, as we know, Trudeau's pretty much been out of sight during the protest. COVID protocol. Yeah, Friday, he said calling in the military was not in the cards, was his quote. There were no appearances scheduled this past day until just before the emergency debate, which was requested by the left-leaning New Democratic Party. The Prime Minister said the demonstrators are effectively trying to overturn September's election, which saw his Liberals returned to power for a third term, but without a parliamentary majority. And I remember at the time, and we spoke to Terry about this. What the hell's going through these people's minds? Why do you continue to elect the same? We asked Canadians how they wanted to keep fighting this pandemic, and their answer was clear, Trudeau says. They chose science. Canadians chose vaccines. So that's where things stand. We're at a crisis point, not only with what's going on out the doors and across the country, but the country overall. And what happens in Ottawa may not stay in Ottawa. All right, with that, let's get a quick 2-minute timeout. Horse Feathers got you coming up next. I think Pocket Change is on the line and room for you at 844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear. Because for years, he's only said,
only you can prevent wildfires.
But there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, believe it or not, Elon Musk actually made a very, very valid point this past day. Sending out a tweet about GoFundMe. The hypocrisy of GoFundMe after shutting down the huge fundraiser for the Freedom Convoy. He tweeted, "It is hypocritical of the organization to shut off Canadian truckers after accepting donations for rioting Black Lives Matter protesters in the United States. Double standard?" he questioned. He shared the actual screenshot of a tweet that GoFundMe published in 2020 when there were active riots ongoing in the Seattle area. Musk then tweets a picture of the GoFundMe, long calling them professional thieves. Late Friday, the GoFundMe website, of course, announced they had terminated the fundraiser, saying these peaceful demonstrations has become an occupation. Police reports of violence and unlawful activity. Okay. GoFundMe initially said they would offer refunds to donors or give all the cash to charity. The truckers had already accessed $1 million. Now, GoFundMe says, "We support peaceful protest. We believe that was the intention of the Freedom Convoy when it was first created. We now have evidence from law enforcement the previously peaceful demonstration has become an occupation. To ensure GoFundMe remains a trusted platform, we work with local authorities to ensure we have a detailed, factual understanding of events taking place on the ground. Following a review of relevant facts and multiple discussions with local law enforcement and city officials, this fundraiser is now in violation of our terms of service and has been removed from the platform." Ottawa police data shows crime has actually dropped in the area since the truckers arrived. And no one from the protest has been arrested for a serious or violent crime. They just take a narrative and essentially create their own fictitious narrative because they want it their way. Well, to the extreme weather, Chester, Propane One, what's going on this morning?
That's right. I think we added to the name. I think we're going to go with the Overnight Drive Extreme Weather Chaser Propane 1. Do you think I can get that embroidered on my Overnight Drive shirts when I get them there?
We could try.
All right. Yeah, take any crisis and turn it around and make it a drastic, terrible, absolute. Well, you got to make it bleed to make it lead, Your Honor. If it's not bleeding, you can't have it as a headline. So you got to make it an extreme thing there. So anyways, but thinking about it, and the way you're describing things happening there, especially with the Ambassador Bridge and that, I can see the point of the convoy, and it did a good job getting across the country, raising support and having everybody come out there and support it along the way. But would you have been better off having just maybe a dozen or 24 trucks actually go into Ottawa and having all the rest dispersed somewhere and then doing like a march, like they did here in Washington there a few years ago? They had that 1 million man march and stuff like that. And would you have been better off on foot trying to surround a building that, one of the federal buildings that way, or kind of, down here when they get ready to do it? Are you better off filling up the National Mall with people to actually show where they can actually show the number of people there are? Because I think trying to show the trucks and just getting the congestion and everything makes it hard to really kind of prove your point. I think they're just almost causing more trouble. Not that they're not trying to do the good thing, but I don't know if it's causing more problems than it's at this point.
I kind of see where they're coming from. It's to some extent when you've got Trudeau, who refused to even meet or have any discussion with them. And you gather. I don't care if you gather 1 million people on the mall. Does anything actually seem to ever happen from that? Does the leadership listen?
No.
Yeah, Biden's not going to listen. He's not going to come out there and meet with the truck drivers.
Nope, and neither is Nancy Pelosi or Chuck Schumer.
Right.
You surround the Capitol. Of course, I guess you probably won't be able to get too close to the Capitol now after what happened last year. But I don't know. I just think that TV coverage wise, and to show the the masses of what's how many are actually involved. I think you'd almost be better off on foot in Washington than trying to drive trucks into Washington.
Yeah.
Just I don't know, because if you get that many trucks, you're just going to end up being out and around the Beltway and just have the whole Beltway jammed up. And then, as you just said, all you're going to do is have all the people around there upset that can't get anywhere because of all the trucks, and you're going to lose all your support very fast.
So at what point there, so I guess that leads to the next question, at what point, as in the truck drivers' protest, do you say, all right, well, we've tried to present our message, but no one is listening, so we're going to take it to the next level? What is the next level? I'm assuming that's exactly what they're doing as we speak, taking it to the next level. You won't even have a discussion with us. Now, we could talk about the exact same hypocrisy of Justin Trudeau, who actually went out there and met and took a knee with BLM protesters. Double standard from Trudeau? Yeah, hold that thought. We got to get our news break. Top of the hour. Hour number 1 in the books already. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
At least one person was killed and another was injured in a shooting at a grocery store in Richland, Washington. Police responded to the Fred Meyer store Monday morning after reports of shots fired. Commander Chris Lee is with the Richland Police Department.
The suspect and the deceased male from inside had some sort of interaction inside the store. We don't know exactly to what extent that was, but they did have a conversation.
Lee says they are looking for a suspect through every lead. The other shooting victim was in critical condition as of Monday afternoon. The Supreme Court voted 5-4 to halt a lower court ruling that would have forced Alabama to draw new congressional districts. The lower court ruled that the map Alabama submitted likely violated the Federal Voting Rights Act. On Wall Street, the Dow was flat, the NASDAQ and S&P 500 was down. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Guys, are you tired of being tired? Frustrated because it seems impossible to lose belly fat? If you're looking for a solution, then listen to Mark.
I had fantastic results with the Andro 400 Max. Probably lost 35 pounds, and more impressive than that was the inches I lost off of my belly and my waist. And the increased energy is fantastic. I'll be totally honest, I tried a different product, and I wasn't happy with the different product. You guys are considerably cheaper than the other brand, and I can really feel the difference.
Andro 400 Max, the extra strength, all natural testosterone booster. The safe, easy, and affordable way to gain energy and lose stubborn belly fat. Satisfaction guaranteed or your money back. Feel and look like a new man. Go to andro400.com or call 888-400-0435. 888-400-0435.
President Biden and Germany's new president, Olaf Scholz, were talking about how to defuse the crisis between Russia and Ukraine. The Kremlin has amassed thousands of troops at the border, and there is a belief that an invasion can happen at any moment. While Biden and Scholz were talking, Russian President Vladimir Putin was doing same with French President Emmanuel Macron. Biden and Scholz says if Russia invades Ukraine, a critical Russia to Germany gas pipeline will be blocked. Putin contends that it's the U.S. and its allies the only ones talking invasion. Governors in 4 states are planning to end mask mandates in schools in the coming weeks. Connecticut, Delaware, New Jersey, and Oregon made announcements Monday. They are among a dozen states with mask mandates in schools, according to the National Academy for State Health Policy. Meanwhile, California announced plans to end indoor masking requirements for vaccinated people next week, but masks will still be required in schools in the Golden State. This is USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell, the inventor and CEO of MyPillow, wants to give back to listeners. You can get great discounts on all MyPillow products if you go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special. Deep discounts on all MyPillow products, like the buy one, get one free special on Giza Dream Sheets. All MyPillow products come with a 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty. Call 1-800-951-8175 or go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special. Use my promo code USA.
After 11 days, protests against COVID restrictions in Canada's capital city have grinded things to a halt. The protests have become a rallying cry for powerful far-right and anti-vaccine groups around the world that have made the cause their own. The demonstration in Ottawa started in January as a loosely organized convoy of truck drivers and protesters. It soon attracted the support of other Canadians exhausted by nearly 2 years of restrictions. The message at the heart of the protests, that the government has been overreaching for too long, has resonated far away across Canada's borders. Streaming giant Spotify is standing by Joe Rogan, the world's most popular podcaster, who has cost the company content over his comments concerning COVID. Several music artists have requested their songs be removed from the platform because of it, and that was before a video of him using racial slurs had surfaced. Spotify CEO Daniel Ek condemned Rogan's language and agreed with past episodes being removed. However, he adds that canceling voices is a slippery slope. The 14th of this month is going to cost you.
Americans are set to spend a near record amount on Valentine's Day. The National Retail Federation saying the nation is expected to spend nearly $24 billion, just shy of 2020's record $27.4 billion. The group estimates shoppers will spend an average of just over $175 per person on gifts. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
And I'm Kenneth Burns in New York.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
I'm looking at the report here, another out of Canada, where indeed police are now, they're trying to choke off the supply line of food and fuel and other goods that are sustaining the protests. Ottawa's mayor declared a state of emergency Sunday, claiming authorities are losing the battle. The protesters are calling the shots, he said. I guess he then asked the federal and provincial governments for 1,800 more officers. Police Sunday say they had fully cleared and fenced off a downtown park near City Hall, where the protesters had erected a wooden structure that was functioning as a makeshift kitchen, feeding the protesters. They also seized fuel, including a full tanker of gas from a well-stocked logistics hub in the parking lot of a baseball stadium. Photos and videos shared via social media showing protesters chanting, "Shame, shame on you," at the officers. So the mayor said, "We're turning up the heat in every way we possibly can, but we need far more resources to bring the unlawful blockade to an end." Officers are working with no days off right now. Ottawa police say they've launched 60 criminal investigations. Well, these would be things like blocking the roads. They've issued hundreds of tickets. They've towed vehicles. They warned anyone found to be supplying trucks with fuel could face charges. You're right. What law are you breaking? Local media Monday still documented people carrying cans of fuel to the blockading vehicles there. They're still bringing fuel in, but that's insane. You're going to face charges for carrying a gas can. Who else checking in? Gwen, or Shadow Artist in Brooksville, Kentucky, 23 degrees. All right. Shorty Vols trucking to Orlando this morning. There's Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Morning, Steve. Shout out to the Carolina Monkey Gouger from Fields, Oregon this morning. Santa Claus checks in, top of the morning, Steve, from near Bakersfield, California. 41 here, headed to Northern California, where I'll make a U-turn back to Tucson, Arizona. Santa Claus out. Scotty's out there in, San Diego. Oh, it was only 80 degrees here in San Diego today. And my AC is still working good. Yeah, go ahead. Rub it in. Jim says, morning, Steve. It was so cold in Columbus, Ohio. I actually saw a politician with his hands in his own pockets. That's good. Hello from Dave P. in Plant City, Florida this morning. Colton was out there listening in, nearly an hour ago. Shorty says, police have been taking truckers' gas cans so they can't keep diesel in their trucks. Here's a point. They can't keep diesel in their trucks, so just let the damn thing run out of fuel and it's stuck, right? There it is. Good morning from Central Florida. There's Richard, 56 degrees here. Hello to Steve. Hello to Colton. Hello to everyone out there. All right. Back to horse feathers. Let me finish up with horse feathers here. Thanks for hanging in there. Welcome back.
Thanks, Your Honor. So must be they're going to try to freeze them out if they don't have fuel.
Freeze them out, starve them out. Yep.
Yep. So, anyways, by no means do I absolutely have any idea how to do it. So don't. I'm just throwing suggestions out, possibilities. What could, what couldn't. I don't know. But anyways, yesterday morning, about 9 o'clock here Eastern time, I got to be a first time caller, first time listener. This place called TNC Live or TNCRadio.live.
Yes.
Hey, I was able to make a phone call and have it answered, Your Honor.
How about that?
So I got to talk to Tom and Captain Kirk, and there was another person who was there with him. I'm not good with all the remembering who was where and what and everything. But anyway, so that was nice, and I did thank them for the platform and hope it's going to be mutually good for everybody. So it's certainly looking like it should be. So, but anyway, so yeah, good time listening to the show most of the day there. So I don't know, I got done about 2 o'clock yesterday afternoon. So anyways, yeah, we got a good time in there listening to that. And as I say, I was able to download both the apps there, the Android app and the iOS app for the iPhone. And so we got it all on everything, and the call button on it seems to work like Tom said it was gonna. You push the little thing that says call, and it comes up and says, do you want to call the TNC Radio.live or do you want to call Steve Sommers? Mm-hmm. So you got your choice there.
All right.
So I guess this time of day you call Steve Sommers, and the other time of day you call the TNC Radio.live. So anyways, but yeah, I had a good time. As far as the weather goes, you're kind of right there about the rain stopping. It was, I don't know, right around 40 degrees down there around the nation's capital there, Washington, D.C., and on up through here, back up through the Baltimore area, on towards Philly. It's been right around the mid-30s, and rain seems to still be stopped, and got a little bit of a low ceiling here on the Mason-Dixon line here, heading up towards Philly. So the clouds are still pretty low, but I think everything's supposed to be breaking away there. And the Baltimore weather was saying that all the rain was supposed to be stopped by about noontime. Yeah, noontime at the dark hour, noontime. That's midnight though, right?
Mm-hmm.
I guess that's what it is. So anyways, so around midnight here, all the rain was supposed to come to an end, but I guess whatever you guys are sending out there from the west there is supposed to be a little chilly and breezy coming in. So anyways, so here's one last question for you, Your Honor. They saved those snowmobilers out there, to almost 24 snowmobilers off the iceberg out there floating around in Lake Erie.
Right.
Not that they go very far, because Lake Erie isn't really that big, is it? But anyways, I guess it wouldn't be good to be out there. So they saved the snowmobilers. What they do to snowmobiles?
I was thinking the same thing. Yeah, good question. I thought that myself. I mean, you got lifted up into the helicopter, but there's your, I don't know, what's a snowmobile cost?
Oh, $5, $10, $15, $20,000.
That's down there floating on the ice.
Chunk of change.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but they can't let them go in the water, because even the ice fishermen, when their vehicles go in the water, they have to go out and retrieve them out of the water. So I don't know. I can't believe they leave them floating out there. Can you?
All I can figure is they're going to have to probably pay somebody to go out there with an airboat or something and try to, I don't know, how would you get it on a boat?
Yeah.
Yep.
I don't know. Maybe the Coast Guard has to go out there with an icebreaker or something. They got to get them over and pick them up onto the boat with a crane or something. I don't know. Yeah, that'd be kind of an interesting subject. But anyways, I was thinking, so if we're to this point of the year and Lake Erie is only 80% frozen, I guess that's not going to have a total ice coverage then this year, is it? I don't think we'll have enough cold weather to totally freeze it over this year.
Well, I'm not wishing for it. I'm looking at the calendar and saying, hey, every day is one day closer to spring right about now.
Yeah. And we have to start working on our long-range forecast here. We got to start figuring out what's going to happen on the 24th, 25th, 26th of March in Louisville, don't we?
It'll be here before you know it, Horse Feathers. Yep.
Yeah, so we got to get our long-range forecast to know which season we're going to be in. Of course, some years there you have all 4 seasons, don't you?
Exactly. Yep. You go from 70 degrees one day to snow the next, or vice versa.
Absolutely. And don't forget the thunderstorm, possible tornado.
Yep. I was there the year for that.
Anyways,
All right. Well, good to hear from you, Horse Feathers. Thank you very much. Let's jump down to the Red Mule. Hello, Red Mule. What's happening?
Wrong. Steve, I think real highly of you. I think real highly of Horse Feathers. But when you're wrong, what do? I tell you, and you're wrong on this one. Want me to tell you why you're wrong?
I would absolutely love to hear. Yes.
Because what the truckers protest is all about the truckers. This ain't about the truckers. This is about the American citizen. See the difference?
Okay, so you're saying, well, I agree. I think that all those thousands that lined waving flags and cheering on the convoy, those are everyday people, many of which probably are actually even vaccinated, but they support the right to choose. Is that what you mean? The general populace?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Steve. You know, quote Margaret Thatcher said, if you have to tell people you're powerful or that you're a lady, you aren't. If we have to just run our mouths, people aren't going to think that the truckers are powerful. But if they come out here and shut the thing down, then they know that the truckers are powerful. Steve, I hated school. I hated school because I didn't like the teachers. The ones that I didn't like learning and stuff like that, I just didn't like taking guff off teachers. I hated working for somebody else because I didn't like taking guff off anybody. I hated having employees. I had 12 employees at one time. I don't want anybody over me. I don't want anybody under me. That's why I'm independent.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm going to join this convoy if they've got it. They get it put together. I'll be out there, Steve. Actually, Steve, I was going to ask you, you want to put a sign on my trailer for the Steve Sommers Trucking Show?
Just as long as you don't cover up your term limits now sign.
Well, I'm trying to figure what to do with that. I don't want to cover that up, but I'm going to have to take that part off about signing up, and I'll leave that on about limits on congressional terms. But so I'm going to have to figure that one out. But I don't know. Think about it. But Steve, you know, I've been doing this for 36 years. They've been going to have protests all the time.
Right.
I've always said, no, just for the reason that you're talking about. But this ain't a truckers' protest. This is an American protest. And I think we need to get up there and show those people that we've got some power. And it's not just the people out here driving the truck. It's everybody, American citizens across the spectrum. So that's why, the only thing I'm worried about here, Steve, now, you mentioned this with that deal about the Michigan governor or whatever, that they had some FBI infiltrators in there.
Yep.
Are we going to be sure that we don't have any infiltrators in a convoy going to Washington?
I would almost guarantee they're going to be there. There were infiltrators in Washington, D.C. on January the 6th. I have reservations in my mind about any of these honest-to-goodness truck drivers flying swastikas or whatnot there in Canada. I mean, who knows who those were?
Yeah, that's my concern on that. So, but anyhow, I'll listen to your show so I can get the information on this, and I'm planning on, trying to do my part on that. So, hey, Steve, if I can change the subject here, I heard you say, hey, you went and got your physical, a week or two ago?
Mm-hmm.
Did they give you a test for colorblindness, sir?
Colorblindness. No, I don't think we did anything in regard to that. Why? What's the problem?
Well, I'm going to bring this up here a little bit, but let me ask you another question. Have you ever known anybody fail a test for colorblindness?
Personally, I don't. I don't. I know it exists, but I don't know anyone with it.
Well, the reason I'm bringing this up, Steve, you got this new format here, you know, where you got, what's the proper term here, show and tell at midnight, or Steve Sommers show and tell, or something like that, where you on that YouTube and Facebook and everything, and, you know, you can show people what you got going on there. I'm wondering, would it be possible for you to get a colorblind test and, you know, put it up there where people can take it? Because, see, the reason I'm bringing this up, Steve, you know, I like old Horse Feathers. I think real highly of him. I think he's an honest man. But Horse Feathers and I were having a conversation here a while back, and we got off on talking about tractors. Now, Horse Feathers, I'm sure, knows more about tractors than I do because he goes to them shows and everything. I probably, you know, got more hours on a tractor as a kid than he does. But, you know, we just had them international farm halls and John Deere. I don't know that much about all the different tractors, so I'll concede Horse Feathers knows more about it than I do. But Horse Feathers, Steve, I don't mean to say nothing bad about Horse Feathers, but he said something the other day that he had seen John Deere tractors that was red and John Deere tractors that was blue. Now, have you ever seen a blue or red John Deere tractor?
I saw a yellow one on my journey down to Georgia the other day. It took me by surprise. A big John Deere yellow vehicle.
On the back of I got, it's yellow, and I've had green ones with the. I've never seen
a blue or a red.
Yeah, so I'm concerned about Horse Feathers there. That, you know, might be going colorblind, so if you could hold up a colorblind test there and let Horse Feathers take it on YouTube, then we wouldn't have to worry about it. Other possibility, Steve, is I don't know if you've seen the other day that old Dana Perino's dog here on Fox News. She got them wacky brownies with wacky. I don't reckon somebody's putting some of them kind of wacky brownies in Horse Feather lunchbox, do you?
Right, that's maybe a possibility. Eating some of those wacky brownies.
We're all concerned about Horse Feathers. We want the best for him, so I don't know, Steve. We just need to follow up on this, but I'm sure I'll hear from Horse Feathers over that. That's all I got for you this morning.
Okay. Thank you, Red Mule. We'll be back in 2. Hey, we got clear lines at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
The cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life, and that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, I 100% get Red Mule's point about it's more than just a trucker thing. It's not about hours of service or electronic logging devices or any of that, things that don't impact anyone but the truck drivers. There are millions and millions of people that believe in, what was the old slogan for the abortion advocates? My body, my choice. I guarantee you there's many of those my body, my choice advocates when it comes to abortion that are also advocates of get the damn shot. Get the damn shot. I don't care if you don't want it. You got to get it. It's true. Is this not more about, and many have been alluding to this, taking us down that path of government control, socialism, communism, pick your narrative. Someone had shared a photograph this past day, one of the demonstrators holding up a sign which reads, "My grandpa did not fight the Nazis so we could show papers to buy food." And we're pretty darn close to that right now. And my response read like this: I know this is not exactly where we are yet, but it's coming if we don't stop it. Because my grandfather fought those blankers too, the Nazis. Yes, he was in World War II. He was in the Pacific. Battleship. The government overreach has to stop. Then I put in parentheses, JMO, which I kind of stole that from the Grump, which means just my opinion for the Facebook dumbass fact checkers. JMO. Then a bit further down, a number of people commented. And Grump had to chime in with just his opinion. Allow me to answer. America's been slipping into this abyss of liberalism and the putrid smell of progressives for years now. Yeah, the might and the freedoms we once advertised as the principle of this great nation have been replaced with capitulation and greater government control. We now live in this woke, butthurt society that hands out crying towels like they're a uniform requirement. Do we blame the people or do we blame the office holders that have planted these seeds of government dependency and social holders? Social blame in the minds of the spineless. We spend more on electing these fools than we spend on Social Security and the VA combined, but yet these fools always claim the insolvency of both is another reason to re-elect them time and time again. Elections have become this infomercial of catchy slogans and emotion-stirring attacks. Trump spent more time campaigning on the lawlessness of Hunter Biden than he did about his many great accomplishments as a president. The political norm is not to sound arrogant and tout your accomplishment. The norm is to paint your opponent as someone to run from. The Biden administration has sent a clear message to the world. We are no longer in the business of being a powerful sovereign nation, one that helps the weak and puts fear in our adversaries. We are now an open border, soft on crime, knee-bending global shadow of who we once were. Yes, it's a scary time to be an informed America. I see a day in our near future when flight or fight will be our only option. The third choice of compromise will not be on the table to avoid the brewing conflicts that will not just cripple us as a nation, but the world as we knew it. Just my opinion. JMO. News break time. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
At least one person was killed and another was injured in a shooting at a grocery store in Richland, Washington. Police responded to the Fred Meyer store Monday morning after reports of shots fired. Commander Chris Lee is with the Richland Police Department.
The suspect and the deceased male from inside had some sort of interaction inside the store. We don't know exactly to what extent that was, but they did have a conversation.
Lee says they are looking for a suspect through every lead. The other shooting victim was in critical condition as of Monday afternoon. The Supreme Court voted 5-4 to halt a lower court ruling that would have forced Alabama to draw new congressional districts. The lower court ruled that the map Alabama submitted likely violated the Federal Voting Rights Act. On Wall Street, the Dow was flat, the NASDAQ and S&P 500 was down. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Dish TV is better than cable TV. Why? Because you can save 45% on packages compared to your high-priced cable bill. Wow. Take those giant scissors out and cut the cable and save with Dish TV. Plus, you get a free DVR upgrade to record your favorite shows and free installation. And with Dish Anywhere, you can watch TV for free on your mobile device. Act fast. You can save hundreds of dollars. Does your cable company do that for you? I don't think so. Get all the best TV programming at your fingertips at a fraction of the price of cable TV. So say adios, arrivederci, goodbye to the high cable bill and save up to 45% on Dish TV packages today. These are limited time offers and can change at any time. Call fast. 800-610-5739. 800-610-5739. 800-610-5739. That's 800-610-5739. 5739.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive an 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles per gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Totally separate subject versus the convoy and the protests. Yeah, hearing all the discussion, even in the news updates tonight about Joe Rogan, misinformation, ban him, cancel him. Now, I made another post this past day in regards to the whole Whoopi Goldberg controversy. Now, what she had said. To which I said, wait, hold on a minute. Yeah, I was canceled because someone or someone's boss didn't like what I had to say. I have never given any sort of support to the women on The View. But at the same time, you got to realize that the cancel culture sucks. And many have been saying, if you can cancel a president or former president in one Donald Trump, you can cancel anyone. Now, I did say no matter what an ill-informed, what I would call racist, like Whoopi says, should she be fired? Cancel culture? Now, someone said, well, karma's a bitch. On the flip side of the coin, the CEO of the video platform Rumble this past day made Joe Rogan an offer. 100 million reasons to bring his program to their platform versus Spotify. 100 million reasons, as in $100 million. We stand with you, he says, your guests and your legion of fans in desire for real conversation. So we'd like to offer you 100 million reasons to make the world a better place. How about you bring all your shows to Rumble, both old and new, with no censorship, for $100 million over 4 years? This is our chance to save the world. And yes, this is totally legit. Now, the letter comes after the Spotify chief executive officer, of course, said the company staff in a letter that he strongly condemns racial slurs and other comments made by Rogan, but will not remove him from the platform. Rogan is already a multi-million-dollar man, though. After he signed a deal with Spotify in 2019, for more than $100 million to air his show. But that all now comes with the controversy of the COVID misinformation, which led to multiple artists removing their music from the platform. Neil Young, Joni Mitchell, they've pulled their music. And the backlash from that apparently has wiped more than $2 billion from the market value of Spotify last week. Yeah, Spotify, of course, now they've said they're going to add a content advisory to any future episodes or any that discusses the pandemic. All right. $100 million. That's the offer from Rumble. Meanwhile, back to your calls here at 844-844-3388. See what Plowboy has on his mind. What's happening, Plowboy?
Good morning, Steve.
So what's the deal? Did you hear the voice of the red
mule?
I was going to say you heard the red mule, and you had to chime in, didn't you?
Yes, I did. Now I have to say this: the tractors that are yellow are industrial tractors. That's not a yellow that we see every day. It's a federal yellow. Federal yellow is used by your state highway departments and county departments as far as mowing along your highways and all of that. And I can't say right offhand, but I believe that particular color has been discontinued as far as it goes today, because all I see is regular red International or Case International and John Deere Green. And, but no, there was a company back in late 80s, let's just say late 90s, early 2000s. When ATCO with Alice Chalmers, and they went under with Oliver and 2 or 3 other companies, you could get a tractor of your choice of colors. That's when they had the White Corporation that fell in. Yeah, you could call and order your predetermined color of tractor. And yes, sir, you get it under. Because Daddy at one time had an old Oliver when that company fell apart. I kind of thought it would be kind of neat to have one that was special made, but we never did go through with it. But I don't know. It's just, I heard all that being talked about. I thought I'd call and say hi and see what was going on. But did you happen to see anything about what Joe and Mika was talking about? I guess yesterday morning or sometime. Heard of what them dingbats were talking about? I just caught a caption while I was listening to your show.
Mm-hmm.
They're calling the Canadian truckers that don't want to be vaccinated and an cult.
Oh, yeah? Yep.
And I got something for them. I heard of the JMO that you were just saying. I got a better one than that. I use Big Ed. I can try to keep it clean. KMA. What does that stand for, Steve?
You can kiss my ass.
Damned right. And they can. Because they ain't going to call me in the cult. They can go damn hungry. Because, Steve, if they really want to raise hell, where were they at raising hell when Portland was on fire? Seattle was ablaze. Minneapolis was ablaze for the damn BLM. Quiet. Oh, these are peaceful demonstrations. Them lying slap bastards. They don't even know what the hell they're talking about. How about what year was that, Steve? Help me remember this one. This has been something that's been brewing. I have not brought it up yet. And I've had it on your show, but I've asked for forgiveness because I probably didn't hear it. What happened January the 6th was peaceful. Damned peaceful. You've got a state house in Madison, Wisconsin. What year did a damn teacher union take it over for that vote that was going on Scott Walker? You happen to remember what I'm talking about there, sir?
Vaguely.
When they took the State House over and partied, and they kicked out the windows, and they damn near had a whole damn band studio in there because they raised hell in 24/7 for weeks. And that's when some of them bastards that should have been doing the voting scattered down to Illinois. Refresh my memory if you can. I do remember that was a big story at that time. Yes, sir. Millions of dollars happened in the state capitol up there in the rotunda of it. Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's going back to the days when Nitro was still calling the program and giving us updates on that.
Yes,
yes. Yep.
Oh, he was hot. But, other than that, everything else all right?
Everything else running the status quo, yes, sir. So you're going to join the
you weren't very far.
You're going to join the convoy with the Red Mule?
I will. I'll go. But you know, the damnest thing about it, I remember when an uncle of mine back in the early 70s took their tractors to Washington, and we got laughed at. But here's the thing about it. We're not standing for just the truckers. We're standing for everybody. And you made a comment. It was a part of being vaccinated, being pushed, and it is coming. And you also made a comment. I got to remember that somebody was in the White House the last 8 years. Did he not say he could not stand for the little illegal want to have a snow cone or something and being asked, their daddy being worried about being asked for papers? You remember his little slogan when they were trying to get all that border crap going down there? That was going on, and that was about the time of the governor of Arizona smeared his ass when he landed out there. Obama just kept saying, you shouldn't have to show your papers. Oh, KMA.
Okay. No. All right. What goes around comes around, Plowboy. There you go. It's about 11 before the hour. All right. It's 844-844-3388. Hey, if you're catching us on TNC Radio Live this morning, stick around for last night's Building Strong Minds. Dr. Christopher Kortman, followed by Truckers Life Radio from our friends at TFC Global. All coming up later this morning on tncradio.live. And we'll be back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to service all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show, 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by Analyze Science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hey, I mentioned some of the Alaskan truck drivers rallying to support their counterparts in Canada, where apparently over the weekend, more than 100 truck drivers Sunday drove the 10 miles from Anchorage to Eagle River to support the truckers there in Canada, protesting the vaccine mandates. Truck drivers and other service providers since January 15 can only enter, as we know, if they're fully vaccinated. All right. Now, we have to have the shot stamps on our medical cards in order to go out of state. And we don't want them. Jeremy Spildrich, one of the truck drivers with GMG General out of Anchorage, mandates should be our choice, whether you want the shot or not. Another protest convoy took trucks from Eagle River north to the Wasilla area. Similar events were held Sunday in Fairbanks, Alaska, and several weeks ago there in Juneau, Alaska. More into the Rambler. What's going on?
Flintstone. He drove to Flintstone to drop his mother-in-law to her family. Oh, am I on that? What? Hey, Steve, what's going on, brother?
Hey there.
Praise God. Hello, Overdrive Night Nation. All right. I was just sitting there singing, about you taking your mother-in-law down there to Flintstone. Didn't I hear you say last night that your brother-in-law kept his Christmas tree up this whole entire time so that y'all could have Christmas when you got down there?
That is correct. Yes, indeed we did. I've got the photographic evidence to prove it.
Well, hey, don't feel bad. Now, I personally, being a minister, I don't do the Mardi Gras. I try to discourage people from going out in the streets of Mobile, Alabama. I don't want them getting out there drinking alcohol or messing with the devil's lettuce and trying to get naked and dance around the streets and catch a bunch of fattening moon pies and plastic beads. I try to tell people to not do that kind of thing. But some people along the Gulf Coast have a tradition. You can Google this and see it for yourself. They'll leave the Christmas tree up after Christmas and decorate it as a Mardi Gras tree.
Huh.
They take all the Christian stuff off and put it up and put all the worldly stuff on it, decorate it purple, gold, and they're called Mardi Gras trees. They do that around the Mobile and Gulf Coast areas because, Mobile likes to be known as not only the rainiest city in the United States, but it's the birthplace of Mardi Gras. And it's in the National Archives as being the birthplace of Mardi Gras. So, besides France, in America is where it started at. It's in Mobile, Alabama. But I'm glad to know you're back, man. And I tell you, I'm glad you had a good time. And I'm sure your mother-in-law didn't think that a couple of weeks up there with y'all would turn into months on end because COVID just ravaged y'all's household. But
right.
I'm glad she got back home. Now, tell us once again, what's the name of this new platform that I'm so excited about that Overnight Drive is now on?
TNCradio.live. That's Truckers News Channel Radio, TNCradio.live.
Okay, now y'all heard of that. So now there's another platform. So if YouTube gives us the old heave-ho, then we got the TNC Live, so you can download, listen to Steve Sommers. You got Facebook, you can listen to Steve Sommers. You got the app, and that's what I listen to you on. You can listen to Steve Sommers. So there's many, many ways we can get the overnight drive. All thanks to Chris Cabell Chicken, what he does at Hot Shot Secret. So praise God for that. And I'm happy to know that we now have new platforms. So I want to put this out there and see how you feel about this, my dear friend and brother. We have a lot of people who listen that don't call. They don't want to call because they're intimidated. They're scared to just get on there. And,
yeah.
And I want to try, and I know this because I'm telling you, Steve, they message me, and they talk to me and stuff like that. And I want to put this out there, and I tell them, I said, look, when you call Steve Sommers, you just got to forget about the Rambler, Gilligan, Heat Wade. You got to forget all about us and realize you're having a one-on-one conversation with Steve Sommers. And, don't worry about there's 100,000 to 500,000 people listening to you. Don't let that get in your mind. Just think about the conversation you're going to have with Steve and think about everything else. And I want to challenge you on every Wednesday morning, Wednesday night, Thursday morning. First time callers, call up. Just call up, let us know you're out there. I mean, y'all don't have a problem talking to me, and I'm an easy person to talk to. Call up. We'd love to hear from you. And, hey, don't worry about it. If you have a little speech, hey, I have a speech impediment. I don't let it bother me. But call on up. Don't be intimidated. And talk to us. We like to hear from you and everything like that. And on the new platform, if you've just discovered Steve Sommers, call us up. Email Steve. He's give you the email address. Let us know who you are. We'd like to hear from you also. But before I go, this Bible verse come across to me, Steve. It's in Matthew chapter 19, verse 14, and it says, "But Jesus said, Suffer little children, and forbid them not to come unto me, for such is the kingdom of heaven." I'm thinking about a child right now that's in the hospital that's got to have femur surgery and more surgery, and that is Mercedes Cantrell. Mercedes Cantrell was injured in a very horrible accident. Her daddy is Pappy. He's a regular caller. And I want you to put this little young lady on your prayer list, Mercedes Cantrell. She needs our prayers. And not only does she need our prayers, there was other people involved in that accident too. They need prayers. And I tell you, let's just keep on praying for Mercedes with the other people, and also pray for Pappy, who's a law enforcement officer. And, she's one of our children. She's one of us. Y'all just remember this family in your prayers. And Steve, God bless you. I love you, man. And everyone out there loves the full letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, I know, Brother Rambler, I know I can. And I love you, and I do. God bless you, Steve. I'll see you later, my friend.
Great to hear from you, Rambler. Thank you so much. And we've hit the top of the hour. Timed that well. Hey, and we've got clear lines at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
A top science advisor to President Biden has resigned. Dr. Eric Lander tendered his resignation after White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki confirmed he had been investigated after a complaint that he mistreated staff. Politico reported that the investigation found that Lander had bullied and demeaned his then general counsel, Rachel Wallace. Lander, who also served as the director of the Office of Science and Technology Policy, is the first cabinet-level member of the Biden administration to resign. The administration was pressed by reporters as to why Lander remained on the job despite a pledge by the president to fire any employee on the spot if they are disrespectful. On Wall Street Monday, the Dow was practically flat, while the Nasdaq was down 82 points and the S&P 500 was off 17. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Guys, are you tired of being tired? Frustrated because it seems impossible to lose belly fat? If you're looking for a solution, then listen to Mark.
I had fantastic results with the Andro 400 Max. Probably lost 35 pounds, and more impressive than that was the inches I lost off of my belly and my waist. And the increased energy is fantastic. I'll be totally honest, I tried a different product, and I wasn't happy with the different product. You guys are considerably cheaper than the other brand, and I can really feel the difference.
Andro 400 Max, the extra strength, all natural testosterone booster. The safe, easy, and affordable way to gain energy and lose stubborn belly fat. Satisfaction guaranteed or your money back. Feel and look like a new man. Go to andro400.com or call 888-400-0435. 888-400-0435.
At least one person was killed and another was injured in a shooting at a grocery store in Richland, Washington. Police responded to the Fred Meyer store Monday morning after reports of shots fired. Commander Chris Lee is with the Richland Police Department.
The suspect and the deceased male from inside had some sort of interaction inside the store. We don't know exactly to what extent that was, but they did have a conversation.
Lee says they are looking for a suspect through every lead. The other shooting victim was in critical condition as of Monday afternoon. The Supreme Court put a hold on a lower court ruling that Alabama draw new congressional districts. The three-judge panel on the lower court ruled that the state likely violated the Federal Voting Rights Act by diluting the political power of black voters by not creating a second district in which they made up a majority or came close to it. Justices Brett Kavanaugh and Samuel Alito, part of the High Court's conservative majority, said the lower court's order came too close to the upcoming election cycle. This is USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell, the inventor and CEO of MyPillow, wants to give back to listeners. You can get great discounts on all MyPillow products if you go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special. Deep discounts on all MyPillow products like the buy one, get one free special on Giza Dream Sheets. All MyPillow products come with a 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty. Call 1-800-951-8175 or go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special. Use my promo code USA.
Between COVID issues and the weather, flight delays and cancellations are getting worse.
The website FlightAware is saying more than 2,600 flights within, into, or out of the United States have been delayed. Just under 900 have been canceled on Wednesday. The airports dealing with the most problems include Seattle, Newark, Los Angeles, and Chicago. This traveler telling Fox News he arrived at the airport early in case he needed to rebook his flight.
We got to the airport early for that reason, in case it does get canceled. Hopefully we can catch another flight out from a different airline or whatever.
Airline travelers needing to pack their patience as well.
USA Radio's Tim Berg reporting from Phoenix. Leslie Jones is free to give her commentary about the Olympics on social media. The comedian and actress said on her Twitter account that she might have to give up live tweeting the Beijing Winter Games. A spokesman for NBC said Jones's videos that were blocked was due to a third-party error and not NBC. The network paid nearly $8 billion to broadcast the games through 2032, and they are very stringent. Non-affiliates are not allowed to run highlights until after the network signs off for the night, and that's usually around 2:30 a.m. New York time. There are also limits to the number of minutes that can be shown. The NASDAQ and the S&P 500 were both down on Monday, while the Dow Jones Industrial Average was flat. More news anytime at usaradio.com. For USA Radio News, I'm Kenneth Burns in New York.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Someone asked the question there a few minutes ago, is TNCRadio.live a pay-for app? No, it is free. It is free. So you can download the app. Android, iPhone. You got your laptop or tablet, whatever, TNCRadio.live. Simple as that. All right, under the industry headlines this morning, again, we've got plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. We see another one of those sad scenarios. We were just talking about this like a week ago. It's happening too often, where the Good Samaritan tries to stop and help someone in need only to find themselves losing their life. A Good Samaritan killed while attempting to help people involved in a previous wreck. Early this past morning. Let me see here. Accidents happened in Gibsonton, Florida, about 2:40 a.m. on I-75. According to the local Fox affiliate, a black Toyota driven by a 19-year-old veered out of his southbound lane on I-75 and struck the back of a tanker truck to the right. The force of that collision overturned the Toyota and left it sitting in the southbound lanes of traffic. A white Toyota then stopped to avoid striking the wrecked vehicle, but was struck from behind by a Ford, creating a second accident. An uninvolved Lexus driver then stopped to offer help to those involved in the wreck. A southbound flatbed semi-truck then struck the wrecked black Toyota, which pushed the black Toyota into the white Toyota wrecked by the teen, which was then pushed into the Ford, which then fatally struck the Lexus driver, who was outside of their vehicle trying to help. The flatbed truck was still unable to stop and eventually skidded into the guardrail, spilling its load of plywood into a nearby ravine. I mean, what a mess. Both truck drivers involved in the chain reaction situation were unhurt in the wrecks, but both Toyota drivers, along with the Ford driver, were injured. The unidentified Lexus driver, of course, died as a result of the accident. Then an update from the truck driver that is accused of hitting a police officer in Tennessee last week. According to the judge, he's being held on a $1 million bond. This was actually last Thursday. Kind of an update on the story we shared last evening. The truck driver in question, 43-year-old Christopher Savannah, had his bond set this past day, Roane County, Tennessee. Savannah failed apparently to slow for a rolling barricade set up by the now deceased sheriff as he attempted to remove a ladder from the roadway. Police records show he was under the influence at the time of the wreck. Officials now say Savannah did not have a CDL at the time of the wreck. The judge noted Savannah failed to appear in court for a moving violation in Texas. He had also been previously convicted of other charges relating to speeding and traffic. So now he is facing vehicular homicide by intoxication, vehicular homicide by recklessness, reckless endangerment times 2, DUI, simple possession, possession of a handgun under the influence, possession of drug paraphernalia, and other traffic charges. He'll be held on the $1 million bond, and his next court appearance will come up on February the 22nd. All right, we failed to mention yesterday, Monday, the 7th of February, the new regulations, driver training standards for entry-level drivers actually went into effect. And this past day, the FMCSA debuted their online database of registered driver training providers. The entry-level driver training rule establishes minimum requirements for entry-level driver training standards for training providers and CDL applicants. The rule will apply to the applicants who want to obtain a Class A or B CDL for the first time, those who want to upgrade an existing Class B to a Class A, or looking to obtain a school bus, passenger, or hazmat endorsement for the first time. Under the new rule, applicants must obtain training from a provider listed on the FMCSA's Training Provider Registry. This training must be completed before taking a CDL skills test, or if the driver's applying for the hazmat endorsement, the knowledge test. So they launched this again this past day, which allows applicants to search for eligible driver training providers based on the type of training required, location, and provider's name. Again, in this case, there was no minimum number of hours required for either behind-the-wheel training or knowledge training under the new rule. It only requires that applicants seeking a CDL would be required to demonstrate proficiency in knowledge training and behind-the-wheel training on a driving range and on a public road. Back to the phones we go. Who we got here? I believe the Breeze is on the line. What's happening, Breeze? Hello to the Breeze. We got you there, Breeze. Maybe not. All right, looks like we lost the Breeze. Give us a ring back if either that or he's trying to take care of business in the truck. So we got clear lines at 844-844-3388. Have you noticed prices beginning to go upward at the pump? Yes, indeed. The price of oil, the price per barrel, is actually running more than above $90 per barrel. All this talk about possible conflict with Russia and the Ukraine, and of course the recent run of winter weather, the big storm last week causing gas prices to rise sharply as the price of oil has gone up. Falling by almost half a percentage point Monday, the price of oil is still above $90 a barrel. That's nearly $30 more than it was in August, according to AAA this past day. With the recent cold weather, the demand for heating oil has increased, obviously. The concern that Russia may respond to potential Western sanctions by withholding crude oil has put heavy upward pressure on the prices, they tell us. This just shows how the events on the other side of the world can have a noticeable impact right here in the USA, according to AAA. And unfortunately for drivers, you are reminded of this by the higher prices at the pump. National average for a gallon of gasoline has surged to $3.44 per gallon. That's 8 cents more than just 2 weeks ago. Last time gas was this high was 2014. They also warned if crude prices continue to climb, prices at the pump are going to follow suit probably. Now, with many European and Asian countries beginning to lift their COVID travel restrictions, demand for oil is going to continue to increase, driving prices even higher, they tell us. Amid the concerted global effort to prevent war from breaking out, Russia continues to deny plans to attack Ukraine. But as we know, they've amassed more than 100,000 troops near the border. And they've issued a bold set of demands. I think it was a bit of good news this past day. NBC News reported that the French President Macron flew to Moscow this past day and spoke with Vladimir Putin. The new German chancellor met with President Biden at the White House. Macron will now head to Kiev today, while the new German chancellor is scheduled to travel to both Russia and Ukraine next week. The good news, but the reports that Macron and Putin had a good discussion. I mean, clearly pointed out, it's not we're not going to settle everything with one meeting or one discussion, but it sounds like there's the possibility of reaching some sort of a resolution without conflict. That's the ultimate goal. Avoid the conflict, right? Heading up on 16 past the hour. It is 844-844-3388. Hello to Captain Cliff checking in this morning. Just watching all the goings on here about the local bridges into Canada. Yeah, I'm in full support of what they're doing to protect our personal rights to choice given to us by our Constitution. All right, there you go. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111.
I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, let me see here. Santa Claus chiming in via email. By the way, the email Steve at hotshotsecret.com. Very simple. And Santa Claus says, now back in the day, your father, the bozo, would say that participating in road closures and even as a promoting blocking roadways could be conceived as a federal offense. I think he was referring, was it the RICO Act he used to talk about? Anyway, I'm all for the convoy, what they're representing, maybe a slowdown, driving at just below the speed limit. Maybe that would be more appropriate. I don't know. Other question, though, did you bring the dynamite from your other show? Sometimes the drivers and myself need a good explosion. I have not been able to find the good explosion. I've got plenty of room in the memory here to load that in because it's only like last 3 or 4 seconds, boom, and it's done, right? 21 past the hour. It is 844-844-3388. Last week I heard the headline and kind of raised my eyebrows. I said, people aren't going to like this. When the Internal Revenue Service, remember, they announced they're going to use facial recognition to authenticate your identity for an online account. And I guess when I raised my eyebrows, I wasn't the only one. Apparently, the fallout was pretty tremendous. So they announced this past day that, all right, we're not going to do it. Criticism from actually lawmakers on both sides of the aisle over privacy concerns. The IRS commissioner says everyone should feel comfortable with how their personal information is secured, and we're quickly pursuing short-term options that will not involve facial recognition. Now, they had been using a service from a company called ID.me for people to validate and verify their identities before opening online accounts and accessing sensitive personal tax data. They are planning to phase out access to online accounts except through ID.me starting this summer. Calls to ID.me referred questions, well, go back and ask the IRS. Now, they did not plan to require us to use the system to pay or file taxes or check on a refund or the status of amended returns. But the technology, which includes facial recognition, has been part of the identity verification system to establish online accounts through the IRS's website. Why would you need an online account? You can use that to check on payment plans, look up records, access information about stimulus payments or advanced child checks, tax credits. Senate Republicans wrote to the IRS commissioner last week to argue that, this threatens personal privacy and actually creates cybersecurity and oversight risks. What was the statement from Mike Crapo of Idaho? He said, the IRS has unilaterally decided to allow an outside contractor to stand as the gatekeeper between citizens and necessary government services. No go. And, they backed off pretty quick. Didn't take them long, did it? Hello to the Scarecrow this morning. What's happening?
Hey, good morning, Kimosabi.
Yes, sir.
I guess to start things out with, we have to be welcoming in any new listeners from the TNC network and such. We got to believe there's somebody out there checking out the overnight drive for the first time. And as the week progresses here, I think we're probably going to start seeing some new handles and names coming up on your calling board there. What do you think?
That would be a good thing.
Yes, sir. We're motoring down the road here, practicing proper driver etiquette again. They've finally hooked up the dash cam in this new truck, and we do have a driver-facing one too. So I gotta remind myself about scratching my hind end and picking my nose and things like that, But I guess it'll all come back to me proper in time. Got to talk John Deere a little bit. Boy kind of brought up about the alternate colors there. Yeah, there is that industrial yellow, it's called. It's kind of a blah, blend-looking color compared to the other John Deere yellows that we're maybe accustomed to. But yeah, the industrial market through the years was pretty phenomenal with government contracts and like the Army and Air Force and such. Even our local, La Crosse County up there, through the 60s, late 50s into the 60s, we would hear the two-cylinder Johnny Poppers, coming down the road ditch, with the sickle mowers on the side doing ditch maintenance. Of course, they were all painted, highway orange. I think they actually could come out of the factory, painted that bright orange color. Now, if you really want to throw a curveball into it, always say something about horse feather brought up red. Well, right around 1970, Deere kind of experimented with the lawn and garden market. And I think to make them a little more user-friendly to the non-agriculture arena, they offered the tractors, and they were kind of an off-white. then you could get it with either red, blue, yellow, or orange wood and matching seat. I don't think they went over real well. They're extremely collectible these days, though. It was a couple years back, I saw one of those blue seats, new old stock. They were asking $800 just for that seat. So, but in that line of thinking, I currently do have a '69 John Deere that I use every time it snows. Dad bought it new, and it came with the four-way hydraulic blade, dump cart deck, and there was something else too. They got the bill of sale, $1,000, and today the tractor alone is worth more than that. And we figure there's probably about 5,000 hours on that unit. And my youngest already knows that it'll be his someday. We expect it to keep it going in the family. Talking about, over the last couple of years with the pandemic and whatnot, we kind of come to almost recognize that if we had to be hooked up to one of them machines, why that was pretty much a death sentence, it seemed. Well, it kind of hit home with us a couple of weeks back. An acquaintance, not a close personal friend, but he'd had some medical issues. And they said pandemic had something to do with it, but he was hooked up for a couple of weeks, and the doctors told the family that in all likelihood, he's going to have a heart attack. So if that's the option, or give him morphine and pull the plug, make him comfortable. And he's about 58 years old. So that this family had to make a decision that I can't imagine ever having to do, but they agreed to let him go in peace. So he lasted about 24 hours and he was out of it. But so I imagine that'll go down as another COVID death, even though there was prior issues and such. So that wasn't so pleasant. Are you still there?
Oh, yeah, I've been listening.
No, I got a little quiet, and then I got a little feedback or such. But on the lighter side, I was out cutting wood last Saturday, and I checked my phone and message from my sister that I got to give Mom a call. Her furnace is out, no heat, and this had been an hour prior. Message came through, so I called her and found out she had the service guy there at the moment, and whatever the part was, he said it was maybe $1,000 just for that one piece.
Wow.
Already a 25-year-old furnace. So I told her, well, spend $1,000 now, and 2 weeks from now something else is gonna fail on it too. I opt for I guess they figured about $5,000 for the new furnace.
Yeah.
Told her, well, it should be good for your days then, and have something with a warranty and such way. So I guess they're supposed to be there doing that today. Now the best part was my sister had also messaged my bride and told her that I had to get in touch with Mom, and mind you, as I say, I'm out in the woods and snow, cutting firewood, and I sensed somebody over my shoulder watching me. I looked around, there's my bride standing there. She'd had to hoof it a couple of hundred yards through the snow in her designer boots and skin-tight jeans that didn't look too warm, standing there in the breeze and whatnot. And I figured this is not good if she is, tromped through the snow to come see me. Not going to like what I hear, but as it was, she relayed the message that my sister had already passed, and I said, shucks, that's old news. He didn't really appreciate the way that played out, but so either way, I guess there was a couple of other things that come to mind, but with that, no, it's remarkably quiet, as far as callers go this morning, Steve. I kind of expected some of the regulars to be chiming in, but I guess we got a couple hours to go there yet. So, but either way, we'll leave it at that for the moment here and save some for tomorrow night.
There you go.
So,
well, they'll get around to it, right? Somewhere down the line. But right there, thank you very much, Scarecrow. It is 844-844-3388. We'll return following a news break. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
A top science advisor to President Biden has resigned. Dr. Eric Lander tendered his resignation after White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki confirmed he had been investigated after a complaint that he mistreated staff. Politico reported that the investigation found that Lander had bullied and demeaned his then general counsel, Rachel Wallace. Lander, who also served as the director of the Office of Science and Technology Policy, is the first cabinet-level member of the Biden administration to resign. The administration was pressed by reporters as to why Lander remained on the job despite a pledge by the president to fire any employee on the spot if they are disrespectful. On Wall Street Monday, the Dow was practically flat, while the Nasdaq was down 82 points and the S&P 500 was off 17. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Dish TV is better than cable TV. Why? Because you can save 45% on packages compared to your high-priced cable bill. Wow. Take those giant scissors out and cut the cable and save with Dish TV. Plus, you get a free DVR upgrade to record your favorite shows and free installation. And with Dish Anywhere, you can watch TV for free on your mobile device. Act fast. You can save hundreds of dollars. Does your cable company do that for you? I don't think so. Get all the best TV programming at your fingertips at a fraction of the price of cable TV. So say adios, arrivederci, goodbye to the high cable bill and save up to 45% on Dish TV packages today. These are limited time offers and can change at any time. Call fast. 800-610-5739. 800-610-5739. 800-610-5739. That's 800-610-5739. 5739.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute?
When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you.
You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Well, if you're like me, you can very clearly remember early in the year 2020, there was this new virus that had emerged in China. And some of the initial reports made it sound like if you catch it, it's a death warrant for sure. And the only way to prevent it is you have to wash your hands. Remember, wash your hands. I mean, every time you turn around, if you touched something, you went to the grocery and you were wiping down your groceries with hand sanitizer or sanitizing wipes, Lysol spray. Don't touch your package from FedEx or UPS or the Postal Service. And remember all that stuff? For most of us, you could say life has gone back to, well, maybe not most of us. If a bottle of hand sanitizer is your favorite accessory, you may be one of the 2 out of 3 people who now admit they have turned into a germaphobe since COVID rolled around, making us highly aware of hygiene. They did a poll, 2,000 adults found that 69% of Americans say that they've developed or adopted new sanitary practices since the lockdown started in March of 2020. Now, experts say we may be overlooking one very important body part that should be sanitized regularly: your nose. That's a new one to me. How do I sanitize my nose? According to study finds, 40% of those surveyed said they wear masks when feeling ill. 49% admit washing their hands more often. 41% wear gloves to avoid COVID. Now, they found 68% of respondents say they have prioritized their hygiene. And over 62% felt that their sanitary efforts have permanently changed for the better. I guess that's a good thing. Survey also revealed that a full 88% of adults said hygiene is important. 57% admit they don't do enough to keep their bodies healthy. Over half of those polled said they don't wash their hands enough. 55% admitted they believe they've become ill because of poor hygiene practices. But yeah, sanitize your nose. Dr. Lon Jones, the inventor Xlear, 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 a unique nasal spray containing xylitol that cleans the airways to restore the body's natural defenses, says keeping the nose clean is important because it's essential for all respiratory problems, and that's where they begin. It's the connections to the ears, the sinus, the eyes, the lungs, nests from which bacteria and viruses spread to other parts of the body. All of these interconnected areas can get irritated by allergens or infected by viruses or bacteria that live in the back of the nose. By nose washing daily with xylitol, we can support our nasal defenses to help flush away the threats. Well, I've learned something this morning. That's a new one on me. Sanitize your nose. He said, nose washing can significantly improve your overall health. All right, as an avid nose washer, I'm hopeful others will begin to reap the benefits here in the new year. I'm assuming you could find that on the shelves in your local pharmacy, Walmart's, Target's, probably. I'll check on that. Well, I will admit I have not watched 1 minute of Olympic Games to date. I haven't seen the first of anything. But I do see the report that they officially began on Friday, and Team USA has yet to win a gold medal. Madison Chalk and Evan Bates added a silver medal to the U.S. count after a stunning galactic-themed ice dance Sunday night. Apparently, we had a snowboarder that won the U.S. first medal on Saturday, but it was not gold. He placed second in the snowboard slope style, and it's the first time an American did not win gold in this particular event since the 2014 Olympic debut. But 3 days into the competition, the United States has won 3 medals thus far, and all of them silver. All right, back to the phones we go. There's Chevy Guy checking in this morning. What's happening, Chevy Guy?
All kinds of stuff. Terrible. Is he? He's got me pictured here, out in the snow in the woods, and he's got this girl out there in tight jeans, and I'm picturing like a Sandra Bullock type, and with a fuzzy jacket and her all long hair hanging out over the furry collar, Oh man, right there, all in the name of all's fair and love and more. That's when you get to take advantage of him, because he's out there to comfort you right off the bat. So, oh my God, you know what I mean? So, oh man, and as for the camera and scratching your backside and picking your nose on the camera, I guess it's not an issue. It's probably a good idea not to have the same habit of biting your nails. But other than that, I never worried about all this. Of course, we did have a guy get fired after he put on a show at a truck stop. He hired a professional woman there, and I said, "You mean you fired him for having sex in the truck?" And they go, "No, but he drove him. He kept her in the truck and drove her down the road to the next truck stop." And I go, "Okay, well that's legit."
Yeah.
The cameras are gonna be there, I reckon. They still ain't put one in this one. They're supposed to. It's gonna be outward facing. But I got so involved in what he was saying, I forgot what I called about, but I just, well, let's go back. Okay, let's go back to our chaplain Rambler there. You know, he said what tomorrow he wants everybody, first-time callers, get in there and you know, introduce yourself, or at least give a story. Come on and tell us how you ran across the show, and don't worry about the lack of speech etiquette or whatever. I mean, hey, face it, look at me. I got a speech problem. It don't bother me a bit. Drives the rest of y'all crazy, but it don't bother me a bit. Nothing like doing that. But shoot, and I remember, and I have to hold the honor of the Steve Sommers program, where I can still remember you saying, "Well, I wish I had that dynamite right about now." You deleted me off the phone. So, but you got to be more original than your daddy. I mean, all you got to do is go in there and, you know, do a pretty good flush, find a toilet with a loud flush, record it, put it in there, and you can flush us instead of blowing us up.
down the drain.
Get a little originality here. You know, bring in the dynamite for the real serious. Like, boom, you ain't coming back. You know, flush, you know, you never know what's going to call up out of the drain. How about it? So, other than that, we're going to sit back and copy the mail and enjoy the show so much so far.
All right, thank you, Chevy Guy. Copying the mail. Over and out. There you go. Well, ultimately, I did not pull up the DVR and check out any of the racing from the LA Coliseum there over the weekend. All I had recorded was Sunday's event, but I'm looking at one of our local friends via Facebook, Tim out of Cincinnati here, because he's a Bengals fan. I'm assuming Cincinnati. But he offered up some thoughts. My thoughts on the NASCAR on Fox clash at the Coliseum. He says, I thought it was great. Great racing, packed stands. 70% of attendees had never been to a NASCAR event. So hopefully some new fans have been added. The folks in the stands truly looked like they were enjoying themselves. Now, there are some people that won't be happy with anything. Was the entertainment my cup of tea? No. Pitbull and Ice Cube? Performers of music I don't listen to. Did I pay for them? No, NASCAR did. Do you think they went over well with those there in attendance? Well, from the looks of the television coverage, yes. So there's another win for NASCAR. Look how packed the stands were. I think I heard the number 50,000, which is awesome. How many tracks did we see last year when the camera would scan the stands and looked like nobody was there? So again, a win for NASCAR. I give credit to NASCAR for trying new things, trying to grow the sport, and daring to try something different. One of my favorite singers, Jody Messina, once said while addressing the change in country music, when computers came out, everybody was freaking out because they were used to the typewriter, and no one wanted to use a computer. Now, how many of us would realistically like to give up the computer and go back to the typewriter? So to sum up my thoughts, some folks liked it, some folks didn't. I did. If you didn't like it, don't worry. We'll be back in Daytona in less than 2 weeks. But until then, go Bengals. Super Bowl weekend. Here it comes. All right. So very interesting. Yeah, when I heard that the musical performances, I mean, what is it not pretty much tradition? Yeah, the NASCAR base. Yeah, the base audience is going to be country music or Southern rock at least. That sort of thing. All right, whatever your cup. But then again, they were in Los Angeles. For crying out loud. It's 10 before the hour. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hotshot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111.
I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest, and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Seems like it rolls around every year about this time. Yeah, the month of February. It's called the 3-Day Challenge. Join me in the 3-Day Challenge. No alcohol on February 29th, 30th, or 31st. Well, there you go. I'm all in. It's pretty good. Yeah, 28 days in the month. I think last year was a leap year, wasn't it? Just 28 here in 2022. What's going on, Philip? Morning.
Morning, bud. How you doing, Steve?
Hanging with him. How's your week starting out?
Oh, we're doing okay. I hear we're going to get some rain today. If you got the radar up there,
yeah,
we're going to have a little bit of rain coming across here. So, but before I start, I just want to mention I got some friends down in the Vero Beach area in Florida that they love their airboats, and a couple of days ago we had an airboat accident down here, and we had one individual that got killed. So we're going to send our thoughts and prayers out to their family down there in Indian River County. Actually worked with a company called Outlaw Airboats. They build down there in Florida, down here in Vero Beach, Florida. So our thoughts and prayers with those folks there. They lost one of their folks.
Wow.
Had a pretty bad airboat accident. Had two of them run head on into each other. So hopefully everybody mends up and gets through it. So I just want to throw that out there. And also, Steve, did you see the footage SpaceX stacked that big old booster out there in Texas?
I have not seen that. So that's is that the Starship getting ready to go?
Well, they got the booster up now. They're supposed to have the Starship on it by the end of the week. They put the booster up on it a couple of days ago, and it's all pretty and covered, and it's getting ready. It was amazing seeing them pick that booster up with all those engines in it. And all the engines are out of their test phase, so they're all into what they're going to look like in the finished product. It looked really good. I mean, if you get a chance, watch it on YouTube. There's a bunch of different videos of it being picked up. And the Starship is going to be interesting because they're going to have to pick it up with, they can't pick it up with a crane. They're going to be picking it up with those, they call them chopsticks. They're going to pick it up with those and then put it up on top of the booster.
So if you get a chance toward the end of the week and they stack it, you need to check that out. It's going to be interesting.
Okay.
Launch didn't go yesterday with Astrogo and their 40-foot rocket. Right at zero count, when it got down to T0, the rocket's computer aborted it right there. Some kind of telemetry problems. So they're going to try again. They didn't say a definitive time yesterday, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be within the next couple of days. Need to watch that rocket. It's going to be kind of interesting. It's a little rocket, or like on a truck launcher, sort of like what you see, when they show the pictures of those parades over in China and North Korea and all those different places with the truck launchers in Russia. That's what they launch it off of, but it's like a trailer. It's only 40 foot tall. They're going to go for small payloads, and hopefully they'll get her off the ground. So, but I was listening to you earlier, Steve. I came in on it. You were talking about rinsing your nose out.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know about the Navage, they call it?
Yeah, I've seen that. That's where it goes in both nostrils, but like your flush goes in one side, comes out the other. And I've never tried one of those. I'm thinking it'd make you choke or gag. You ever done one?
No, I never have, but I will let you know this much. We were going to buy one for my daughter because she was having some problems. And those things are they're weird, but they're very expensive. I think the one we saw was about $70 or $80.
Yeah.
And we didn't think we could really need to make, we didn't need to make the investment anyway. She got her sinuses cleared out and everything, but yeah, it's kind of like a machine-like thing that it pumps water into your nose and it cleans one side at a time. And it's weird. It's weird. When you were talking about that's the first thing that came to my mind. It's called Navage. You can get it at like the drugstores, any Walgreens or CVS or anything like that. But it's weird. It's a weird apparatus and everything. So, but the Russians are still moving in there, Steve. Are they still about 110,000 up there in Ukraine?
Anywhere from 1 to 130. That's the number I heard. 100,000 to 130,000. I don't know. It seems like there was a bit of good news, like calmer heads trying to prevail yesterday when the French president met with Vladimir Putin.
Yeah, I don't know. I think Putin's wanting to take it back like it was back in the old days. And you remember Chernobyl? Chernobyl is part of the Ukraine up in there. Russia's got a lot of stuff invested in the Ukraine, a lot more than what people know. And that's, I think, part of the reason they want to get it back. They got a lot of technology sitting in the Ukraine that they had developed over the years. I mean, one of their biggest failures was Chernobyl, and it's there, but they still use that place in there. So, but it is what it is, buddy. So that's pretty much all I got for today, Steve. You have a good one, and we'll catch you later.
All right, I'm looking here, and it looks like we're going to get an update later this week, as a matter of fact, on the progress on the Starship Mars rocket. Progress. SpaceX founder and CEO Elon Musk announcing last week he'll give a big Starship update this Thursday, February the 10th, 9 p.m. Eastern Time. Yeah, we presume it will be webcast. You can catch it on space.com and probably, I don't know who all will have it. But SpaceX developing Starship to carry astronauts and cargo to the moon, as well as Mars and beyond. The giant vehicle consists of two elements, both of which are designed to be fully and rapidly reusable. You got the first stage booster called Super Heavy, and a 165-foot tall Starship. I guess that's what they're stacking up out there this week, right? Yeah, Elon periodically gives in-depth presentations about the progress and the plans. It's been a while since we've got one, though. Thursday will be the first status update since September of 2019. Now, there should be a lot of talk about on Thursday, gearing up for the first ever Starship orbital test flight, which will lift off from the Starbase facility there in southern Texas. Okay. Big update Thursday. We'll have to tune in for that. News update as we hit the midnight hour on the West Coast. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
The diplomatic channels have been busy between Washington and Moscow. President Biden met with his new German counterpart Olaf Scholz, vowing that the crucial Nord Stream 2, Russia to Germany gas pipeline, will be blocked if Russia further invades Ukraine. Russian President Vladimir Putin met with French President Emmanuel Macron for more than 5 hours. Putin says it's the U.S. and its allies the only ones talking invasion. Russia has been adding military power at the border with Ukraine. The Biden administration says the Kremlin could launch an invasion at any moment. Police in Richland, Washington, looking for a gunman who shot up the inside of a Fred Meyer's store. The Associated Press says a white man with a handgun may have fled the scene after the shooting. One person is dead, another is injured. Police are asking residents to avoid the area. The Dow gained 1.25 points. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Well, you've heard me talk about Mike Lindell, the inventor of MyPillow, and how his pillow's given me a great night's sleep. He continues to roll out new offers on his products. His latest on the towel sets. Now, towels aren't something you think about. I never knew what I was missing till I tried the towels last year. You've all helped build MyPillow into the incredible company it is today, and trust in Mike Lindell has given you a better night's sleep. Mike's now changing the game with his 6-piece towel set, USA cotton, extremely absorbent, yet still providing that soft feel you look for in a towel. 2 bath, 2 hand towels, 2 washcloths for a limited time, $39.95 using our promo code USA. It retails for over $100. Remember, all MyPillow products come with a 60-day money-back guarantee. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the Radio Listeners Square, use this promo code USA to get this price of $39.99 on the towels, or call 1-800-951-8175.
The Supreme Court put a hold on a lower court ruling that Alabama draw new congressional districts. The 3-judge panel on the lower court ruled that the state likely violated the Federal Voting Rights Act by diluting the political power of black voters by not creating a second district in which they made up a majority. Justices Brett Kavanaugh and Samuel Alito, part of the High Court's conservative majority, said the lower court's order came too close to the 2022 election cycle. Streaming giant Spotify is standing by Joe Rogan, the world's most popular podcaster, who has cost the company content over his comments concerning COVID. Several music artists have requested their songs be removed from the platform because of it, and that was before a video of him using racial slurs had surfaced. Spotify CEO Daniel Ek condemned Rogan's language and agreed with past episodes being removed, but Ek says that canceling voices is a slippery slope. The Dow ended the day flat, the NASDAQ and S&P was down. This is USA Radio News.
Bingo fun fact number 6. Americans spend over $90 million weekly on bingo. Why? When you can play Bingo Treasure for free. Go to BingoRadioUSA.com. Play from any device, your smartphone, tablet, or computer. The account is free. The play is free. Play one card. Play more. Chat with other players. Meet new friends. All free at BingoRadioUSA.com. That's BingoRadioUSA.com. Bingo from any device. Hurry. Free accounts are limited.
The airline industry is taking a tough stance against unruly passengers, making the skies not so friendly. More from USA Radio's Tim Berg.
The FAA logged close to 6,000 cases of unruly passenger behavior in 2021, with close to 72% of incidents stemming from mask mandates on planes. This as Delta CEO Ed Bastian has called for the Justice Department to enact a no-fly list not once but twice within the past year, most recently Friday. When it comes to enacting that no-fly list, Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg joined CNN and says,
I think we need to take a look at it. The airlines are often doing their own internal no-fly lists. Some of them have spoken about maybe coordinating on that, and we're looking at these policy recommendations as well. Not that we're waiting for that in order to take action. The FAA has a zero-tolerance policy. Fines have been increased. Enforcement has been increased. We've seen some encouraging news in terms of downward trends in unruly incidents, but let's be very clear. This is happening at an unacceptable rate. Anything besides zero is an unacceptable rate.
From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
More news for you anytime, anywhere. Log on to usaradio.com. Look
As
for
you
us
fire up
on
your diesel,
Facebook
you
as
can
well
see
as
your
USA
breath
Radio.
on the inside
For
of the
USA
cab.
Radio News, I'm
Imagine
Kenneth
looking
Burns
deep
in New
into your
York.
engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
All right, once again, we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast, 3:07 Eastern, here on a Tuesday morning. Some of our discussion past couple weeks, somehow we got on the topic of drug use in the country, the pandemic of heroin overdoses, fentanyl overdoses. Any idea what might be feeding this problem? Yeah, we've been saying it's that open border policy. And I guess this would pretty much confirm what we've all been thinking. Now, just a week or two ago, Customs and Border Protection, the top dog was trying to say, we've seized more drugs in 2021 than we have ever. Yeah, we're doing a great job keeping the drugs off the streets. And there was a lot of dissent among the actual agents working out there in the fields along the border, who right now are spending more time basically just working to process this continuing influx versus being out there along the border to apprehend the drugs. Which brings me the update. A hampered Customs and Border Protection agency struggling to seize even 5% of the fentanyl coming across the border. You get that? In other words, folks, 95% is getting through. Don't let some sort of a statement from CB, Customs and Border Protection, fool you. They want you to think, hey, everything's just fine. We're doing a great job, agents. The agents are struggling to process the surge of migrants. Testifying before the House at an unofficial hearing earlier this month, Brandon Judd, president of the National Border Patrol Council, said 150 miles of border normally takes somewhere between 75 and 90 agents physically on the ground out there to patrol. We had 4 agents out there. Yes, 4. Cartels control the border right now. They dictate to us what our operations are going to be. This should have never happened. It should never happen. Responding to a question about fentanyl, Judd pointed out the agency can't keep up with the drug seizures. If we seize even 5% of what's coming across the border, we're lucky. And if there's nobody there to detect and apprehend you, the cartels are going to continue to push it between the ports of entry when they know there's absolutely no chance we're going to be there to apprehend the narcotics. According to CBP data, this fiscal year, the 2022 fiscal year so far, agents have seized 2,707 pounds of fentanyl. And yes, it was 11,021 pounds seized last year. Law enforcement in Scottsdale, Arizona seized a record 1.7 million fentanyl pills last year. But there are no new operations, there are no new policies, there are no new programs in place since this administration took office to help the Border Patrol go after the cartels and the profits that they're generating from trafficking fentanyl and other such drugs across the border. As long as our hands are continually tied with the millions, because it is millions of people that cross that border illegally, we're going to continue to give the cartels the upper hand to continue to cross their products and create artificial gaps in our coverage. We are not even a speed bump. Talking about the southern border, we're not even a speed bump. We're actually facilitating, because when we release these individuals, we're giving them a de facto legal status to be here. We're actually rewarding them for violating our laws. But if those numbers be correct, that is quite the contradiction from the National Border Patrol Council versus Customs and Border Protection leadership. 95% of the drugs are making it into the streets of America. There you go. Meanwhile, let's get back to the calls here, and let's see, Rubber Duck got you coming up here in just a moment. I think, is that Vic on the line?
It's Dingbat.
Oh, hello, Dingbat. How you been?
Hey, doing good. How about you?
I cannot complain.
How was your holiday, air quotations?
We had a quote, fun, quote, Christmas weekend. It all went well.
That's good. I just want to send a prayer out to Pappy for his daughter, because I have not seen an update yet, but my prayers are going out to him right now. I don't know if you heard.
Earlier, yes, because I had not heard from Pappy yesterday. He did send me an email message that they were able to do the surgery on the leg, the femur, and they were able to replace it with the rod, which means she can begin putting pressure on it immediately. Plans are to remove her from the ventilator today and try to wake her up. And that's where things stand. So,
okay, that's cool.
So this is going to be a big day, I guess.
My condolences. I hope everything goes out well.
Yep.
I do have a little joke. We are doing a GoFundMe page for Gilligan for his Reese's peanut butter cups, if I'm saying it correctly. And also for Heatwave for his Diet Dr. Pepper, because he can't. It's hard to find for him at truck stops. So just want to let y'all know, you guys, there is a GoFundMe page out there for y'all.
Okay.
But other than that, I just want to check in and see how you were doing.
Yep, made it back safely after our journey. I guess the one negative, when I hit that vulture that come down to get some meat off the roadway, roadkill, slammed into the grill and cracked the grill, but it could be worse.
Yeah. I just want to see how you were doing.
All righty. Well, hey, thank you for checking in this morning. Dingbat, good to hear from you. Hope you had a good weekend as well. Red Mule said, as far as the Navage device is concerned, he said, I tried the Navage once. Yeah, it cleaned my nose out, but it hurt like heck. Once was enough for me. Not the most pleasant thing. I get you. All right, Rubber Duck, what do you say this morning?
I say we better not give them no money to GoFundMe. They might not get no Reese's peanut butter cups.
Yeah, all right.
They might seize it. But that was some racing Sunday.
You like that? Did you like it?
I loved it. It was 100% excitement from the first heat races to the last chance qualifiers to I walked away when Pitbull came on, but when Ice Cube came back up, hey, I grew up in L.A. in the 90s, the late 80s. man, that was some good music. They went to the demographics, like you said. He showed up in a beautiful '64 SS Impala, and they probably gave 5 minutes of the pre-race show to show an Ice Cube's car. They're talking about the car. If you didn't like what Fox was showing you, Ricky Ratman, the guy who used to host MTV's Headbangers Ball, he was doing Facebook Live stuff because he's kind of a NASCAR liaison to bring the cultures together. Unfortunately, they had a real carnage incident with the running back from New Orleans getting in a fight in Vegas and getting arrested for stomping on some guy because he's a liaison to NASCAR. And it wasn't the NFL running back got arrested, it was NASCAR's liaison got arrested because he's one of the diversity people. And man, I thought about how, wow, they just took and had to grab the headline and switch it to something racial, of course.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
the racing was amazing. They won't even talk about who finished third. Austin Dillon in the 3-car. I didn't even notice it. I was too busy watching first and second, and then watching to see if somebody was going to, cause something to where they would, bunch the field back up again. But no, it was, to me, it was like sitting at my first race at Beltsville Motor Speedway that I can remember. And I was probably about 6 years old. And it was a whole bunch of cars tossed on a quarter-mile dirt track and bumping and banging fenders. And it was about who had the toughest, who could stay out in front and who had the toughest car. I thought, I wish they would do it more.
I was thinking with the quarter-mile track like that's more akin of, dirt track racing. They've tried it a few times, dirt track racing with the truck series and whatnot, and I think they should do a little dirt action here and there with the actual NASCAR Cup Series.
They did last year at Bristol, and Joey Logano won it.
You know what? I remember when they did. They put the dirt in Bristol because I remember I wanted to watch some of that. And you had to pay some ungodly amount of money to the only streaming service that would offer it, and I wasn't going to pay it.
Well, no, now NASCAR themselves have gone and done a weekend of dirt at Bristol, and you could have got that off of just the regular NASCAR broadcast or whatever to watch it, but they're putting a lot of money in Nashville, and they put a ton of money into the super speedway in Nashville to bring that back from the dead, because that was Nissan's storage facility. They had a good showing back there to where they've come to an agreement between Bristol and the people that own Bristol and a bunch of the other speedways to take over the old Nashville Fairgrounds. And that's a half-mile asphalt track. That's going to be good racing. Or no, that's three-quarter mile.
Yeah, I got to go
That's where he got his start.
I got to go to several of back in the day when it was the Winston Cup and the Busch Series. The Busch Series would run there at Nashville Speedway. I think I was there back before that was the original track. If I'm not mistaken, they built a new track because I don't think we were at the fairgrounds when I used to go to those races.
Right, you were at the one that was outside in what they call Lebanon.
Okay,
it's not really Nashville. It's out east of the airport. And what I thought was when I first moved to Nashville, they had just closed that track up, and the lame excuse given by everybody was it was too hard to get to. There were no hotels around it. They were trying to make it sound like it was Bristol. Like if you went to Bristol, you knew you were going to have to come up with $1,200 for hotels for 3 days, just because they knew that they were going to. That's our event. That little back of your motel door where it says maximum rate. They always got it on NASCAR weekend. Well, then Nashville it's got so many other places you could stay. I was like, I can't see this doing it. Well, of course, it figures 2 years after I move away, they bring the track back from the dead. They go back to racing down there. And I even got to take the paving machine down there for them to finish doing some tie-ins and stuff. We haul for a guy that is one of the 3 paving companies that pays for NASCAR. So I did get to drive the tractor trailer in through the tunnel and everything and into the infield. And Kurt Busch was down there practicing that morning and getting ready to fire up and everything. And of course, I made a wrong turn and almost wound up in the pits. But that's a story for another day. But it's good to see him back on an old track. And then here's the thing. Check this out. $1 million to build it. And they had the forklifts tearing the walls down last night to turn it back into a football.
All that effort, all that work to put that together, and they got to tear it all up just like that. Well, all right, Rubber Duck, good to hear from you. So he enjoyed the racing. Some enjoyed it, some didn't. It's 22 past the hour, though. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear. Because for years, he's only said,
only you can prevent wildfires.
But there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Well, I suppose if I had checked my smartphone before starting the program, which, I'm not one of these people that's constantly on their phone. I seldom have the phone unless I'm making a phone call. Actually had a message, had a text from Pappy, which stated, I can't remember if I told you or not, but the surgery went well Monday morning. They were able to put the rod in, still got her sedated and on the ventilator. She developed pneumonia, which that's a setback, right? That's not good. They may take her off the vent tomorrow, which would be today, and try to wake her up, see how she does. All right, hope all goes well. Pneumonia, that's the whole thing about being on ventilators, right? The pneumonia thing. All right, looking at 25 past the hour, and back to Horse Feathers, take 2. What's going on, Horse Feathers?
Yeah, thanks for taking me back, Your Honor. Appreciate it there. Anyways, that worked out good because I just got done putting fuel in the truck. So anyways, I was conversing there with one of your elite listening audience members there, known as the Psychedelic Jackass. Anyways, we were talking a little bit more about this possible convoy in the United States and what it's supposed to do and represent and stuff. And I think he had a good point there of needing to make sure we bring the whole public together in on it, not just make it a trucking issue, make it a whole national issue for the whole country. And I think, talking about it, I think we need to kind of time it a little bit, because this is an election year. So if we could time it so that the issues were being brought out at the time that the people were thinking about going to the ballot box, whether it be the primaries or the November election, but make it so that it's current at that time, because I hate to say it, but the attention span of most of the citizens that go to vote there seems like they have the attention span of a gnat, and whatever the last thing in the news was they saw is what they remember to vote, and usually whatever name they hear is the one, or the most common name they remember is the one they vote for, and we seem to have the same politicians over and over again. So if we did this movement, and I think it needs to be more than just a convoy. I think it needs to be a movement of some nature, and maybe have it geared so that it's relevant in the news and brought into the news, but at a time where you can actually carry your message, so that politically, I think things will have to change politically. So if we could change it that way, if it was in the news during an election time, then maybe people would have that in their minds when they went to vote for whoever they decide to go vote for.
So
what do you think of that?
So you would be alluding to essentially still having these mandates and things in place come, say, October?
Well, unfortunately, kind of, but you got the primaries coming up here. I mean, we just got a thing in the mail that's asking us if we want to register to have mail-in ballots sent to us.
Okay.
So, I mean, we got political signs up in our neighborhoods here, of the local politicians and getting ready to run for their primaries and everything. So I'm thinking if we can do something, through with the primary time and get people to either run for a different office, or get them to run, to elect somebody different into the office, so that we got actually different people actually running in November than just the same old status quo, and get people to want to run for the primaries and maybe get some of these rhinos out. But if we could do it by having so many people upset and fed up with us being mandated and forced to do things that we don't want to do, but take it politically and try to do it with the election way. I don't know. Just a thought, but I know they're good at stuffing the ballot boxes the way they need them, so I'm sure they're certainly working on figuring out how to do that for November. Probably got truckloads of ballots already printed up, but that's beside the point.
That's when you just automatically mail a ballot to everyone on the registration rolls, right? Everybody gets a ballot here. I don't know who filled it out, but hey, somebody filled it out. We got to count that. It is news break time, though, bottom of the hour, just like that. Back with more after this. Our number, 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
A top science advisor to President Biden has resigned. Dr. Eric Lander tendered his resignation after White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki confirmed he had been investigated after a complaint that he mistreated staff. Politico reported that the investigation found that Lander had bullied and demeaned his then general counsel, Rachel Wallace. Lander, who also served as the director of the Office of Science and Technology Policy, is the first cabinet-level member of the Biden administration to resign. The administration was pressed by reporters as to why Lander remained on the job despite a pledge by the president to fire any employee on the spot if they are disrespectful. On Wall Street Monday, the Dow was practically flat, while the Nasdaq was down 82 points and the S&P 500 was off 17. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Dish TV is better than cable TV. Why? Because you can save 45% on packages compared to your high-priced cable bill. Wow. Take those giant scissors out and cut the cable and save with Dish TV. Plus, you get a free DVR upgrade to record your favorite shows and free installation. And with Dish Anywhere, you can watch TV for free on your mobile device. Act fast. You can save hundreds of dollars. Does your cable company do that for you? I don't think so. Get all the best TV programming at your fingertips at a fraction of the price of cable TV. So say adios, arrivederci, goodbye to the high cable bill and save up to 45% on Dish TV packages today. These are limited time offers and can change at any time. Call fast. 800-610-5739. 800-610-5739. 800-610-5739. That's 800-610-5739. 5739.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show, 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Hi, we're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that we can give our daughters everything they need to grow and learn. But not every child can focus on classes and play dates.
Nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. face hunger. That's 1 in 6. School lunch might be their only meal each day, and it's heartbreaking to imagine any child going to bed hungry. We're dreaming of a perfect day when kids can smile, play, and just be kids without worrying about where their next meal will come from. Feeding America is working to make that perfect day a reality.
Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. That food is given to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about doing things that make an ordinary day extraordinary. Learning to play an instrument, building a sandcastle, hosting tea parties. Hunger should never be an obstacle to growing up.
You can help end childhood hunger in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your... This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, back at it here. Lines available at 844-844-3388. Also, got an update there from Buckeye Boy. Well, I went to pick up my truck thinking it was going to be a little over $2,500, but no, the price of $2,500 was for parts. And when he texted me, he said, $2,150 for the clutch and about 12 hours labor, which I didn't catch. Cost me over $6,000. Wow. That's a shocker. Well, at least it's done, and I can load and head out tomorrow. Yeah, imagine that. That's why when you drive a truck for a living, if you're not a company driver, you've got to have that maintenance fund, as they call it, right? That'll empty it out in a heartbeat. All right. Hey, the Georgia Peach is on board this morning. What are you doing up at this time of the day? 3:34 a.m. You're checking in. Georgia Peach listening in. It was good to see you and the princess over the weekend. I can't wait to come to Cincinnati. Yeah, can't wait for it to warm up and have you come up here and visit us. It was good to see you there, Wanda. Merry Christmas, right? Nothing like celebrating Christmas on February the 5th. And not the best way to start the week for some. Arizona police say a suspect was killed and another seriously injured after an early morning robbery attempt. Officers responding to the Pilot truck stop in Avondale, Arizona, a little before 5 a.m., I guess that was Sunday morning, for a reported shooting. When police arrived on scene, they found a man suffering gunshot wounds. Let's see, according to Avondale police, investigators learned that 19-year-old Sidney Luckett had attempted to rob two men inside the truck stop. A physical fight broke out between Luckett and the two men. Luckett shot one of the men with a handgun multiple times. A truck stop security guard attempted to stop the altercation. When Luckett pointed the handgun at the security guard, the guard opened fire on Luckett. Luckett died at the scene. The other shooting victim was transported to a local hospital, critical injuries. It's an ongoing investigation, but the craziness out there. You stop in to fuel up or get you something to eat at the truck stop. All right, meanwhile, we get back to our calls here. There's the blind man checking in this morning. How's your week starting out, blind man?
Not too bad. Sunday, my fiance came over and read my mail, and sure enough, I got an application for a mail-in ballot, which I promptly tore up because I vote in person.
There you go.
Yeah, horse feathers, I got the same thing you got. Yeah, I want to add on to what Horse Feathers was saying. If there's going to be a convoy, why don't we call it the American First Convoy? That ought to get the left really ticked off. And I also been listening to the radio all day yesterday, as I always do, and several talk show hosts mentioned a new GoFundMe type of, it's called, let's see, GiveSandGo.com, and last I heard there was over $250,000 donated to the Canadian truckers. And do you have an update on what's going on up there? I know the mayor of Ottawa declared a state of emergency, and he's trying to, clear it out, so to speak. And I just hope the truckers stand their ground.
Yeah. Well, they're trying to disrupt any supplies coming in, any food, any fuel. Yeah, they're making it a criminal offense if they catch you, carrying in like a 5-gallon can of diesel to put in your truck. So, yeah, I think they're wanting to starve them out and freeze them out. Earlier in the program, there was a report that the Ambassador Bridge there between Detroit was shut down both directions, had big backups, delays this past day because of protests. But that's been shut down, and the update was just before midnight that it was still shut down. So that may be ongoing.
That's, yeah. I just want to tell the truckers out there, just keep this going in the news because they got to report this somehow. Because I'm starting to hear news reports on this AM station I get out of Toronto, AM 740, and when they have their news, they were talking about it. And of course, Justin Trudeau is totally ignoring it. But there are signs that the truckers are putting up now, and we have our Let's Go Brandon. Up there, it's Let's Go Brenda, which I thought was hilarious.
That's pretty good. Let's Go Brenda. Okay.
Yeah. So anyway, that's about all that's going on. Yeah, Horse Feathers is right. People have a short memory. They can't even remember what's going on like 6 months ago. I'm fortunate. I can remember a lot of stuff, even from my childhood.
Well, if I get any further updates on what's going on with the Canadian protest, and we did share earlier that the organizers are putting together a convoy to Washington, D.C. that I believe they're still saying slated for like March the 1st. So.
Okay, because my fiance is going to make a sign and find an underpass to stand on top of to welcome the truckers.
That's great. That's good.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to this. And let's call it the American First Convoy.
I like that idea, America First. The American First Convoy.
Yeah.
We'll see if maybe the organizers, who knows, they might be listening in. You never can tell. All right, about 17 before the hour. What else in the mix here? Before we get back to your calls, it's 844-844-3388. Yeah, lo and behold, it's something that I actually brought up last evening, and we get the confirmation on Monday. Here I'm Sunday night, Monday. I brought up Afghanistan. What was our discussion about? Talking about the United States being physically involved with maybe U.S. troops to defend Ukraine in the event that Russia goes in, right? Yeah, some like the idea. Some are adamantly against the idea. We discussed the whole pros and cons. Yeah, we're not, whereas we are bound to defend Taiwan with a promise, we're not per se bound to defend Ukraine, although we are a member of NATO. That's where it's kind of a gray area. But someone chimed in that, I think it was Sylvester, stating that, yes, we may have weak leadership. We may have a weak president here in the United States, but we still have a strong military. So we can do this. And that led to the discussion of, well, yes, we've got a strong military, but with a weak president, look at what happened in Afghanistan. Yeah, that same strong military, we'd been there for 20 years, and I brought up the fact of how many that we ultimately abandoned there. We know that we've been lied to by the media, we've been lied to by the Biden administration, because several weeks before we were out, we were, okay, there's 1,000. All right, maybe there's 1,500. And we've got 500 more out several days later. So the report is, there's still maybe 1,000, maybe 1,500. So if you got 500 out, why didn't the number go down? And every time we'd get a report of, another 150, another 100 here, another 100 there. But the numbers never came down with all those evacuees. We find out this past day, President Biden abandoned as many as 9,000 American citizens in Afghanistan. The botched withdrawal. new report released late last week by the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. Not some made-up report. This contradicting the Biden administration's earlier claims that there was only 100 or 150 left behind. Last I checked, there's a hell of a difference in 150 and 9,000. Signed by the Foreign Relations Ranking Member, Don Risch of Idaho, a report shows that senior State Department officials leading the evacuation task believed 15,000 Americans at the most were in Afghanistan around August 17th. By the 31st, the final day of the evacuation operations, 6,000 Americans managed to escape the country, which of course was immediately taken over by the Taliban. Even taking the most conservative estimates from the F-77 report, this means the United States left at least a few thousand people behind. Despite the State Department's information on the number of Americans still in Afghanistan, Biden's Secretary of State Anthony Blinken testified in September in front of the Foreign Affairs Committee that about 100 or 150 were still in Afghanistan who still wanted to get out. This report also highlighted the Biden administration's characterization of Americans left behind, particularly Blinken's problematic suggestion that some were not sure if they wanted to leave. Instead of reinforcing the administration's commitment to continue to evacuate Americans, Secretary Blinken instead kind of parsed between dual nationals and American citizens, claiming the remainder were dual citizens living in Afghanistan for years, decades, generations, deciding whether or not to leave the place, which they know as home is a wrenching decision to make. Now, dual citizens face the same security threats and deserved the same effort to depart Afghanistan as American citizens. Now, this report lastly noted, despite countless warnings that the Taliban was going to, quote, swiftly take control of Afghanistan, the administration failed to properly plan a coordinated evacuation of U.S. citizens, Afghans, and our allied partners there. 9,000. Well, no wonder every time 500 were brought out, the number was still, maybe 1,000. 12 before the hour. We return in 2 and get back to your calls. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
The cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
I kind of figured this will just P.O. China. Xi Jinping will not be pleased. Yeah, Biden administration approving a $100 million support contract with Taiwan aimed at boosting their missile defense system, facing increasing pressure from China. State Department announced the engineering and maintenance agreement this past day as China is playing host, of course, to the Winter Olympics. Yeah, Beijing, as we all well know, regards Taiwan as a renegade province. They've not ruled out the use of force to unify the island and the mainland. They have in recent months escalated fighter jet flights over the Taiwanese airspace. But this agreement, support agreement, is meant to help Taiwan maintain their existing air defense missiles and advanced U.S.-made Patriot missiles that Taiwan is acquiring. Taiwan's defense ministry did tweet a thank you to the United States for approving that agreement. But again, that'll probably just escalate things. Xi Jinping will have to show some sort of a response to that. Morning, Big Sexy. What's happening?
Not much, Steve. How's it going this morning?
I'm doing all right.
Sounds like that was good news on Pappy's daughter. Hopefully when they wake her up, that goes okay too.
Yep.
On that NASCAR stuff, that was pretty good this weekend. The only problem I had with it is that's a brand new car, and they had some problems with the car itself.
Yeah.
So that's a whole new design. It don't even have the typical transmission. It's got. They explained how it was, something about the transmissions moved towards the back of the car and I guess a shaft or something from the engine to the transmission.
So
it's not like a normal transmission.
Larry was asking about that last night.
With that on several of them.
I wasn't really familiar with that. Yeah, Larry called in the last hour last evening, was asking about the transmission thing. So that was kind of new to me.
Yeah, it's totally different for NASCAR too, and several of them had problems with that during the race. But when they put dirt down in Bristol, and Logano won, and Logano won this weekend. So, they're trying this new stuff, and he's doing pretty good on it, isn't he?
Well, yes, he is.
On the, what else was it I'm going to go? On this deal where you're talking about, Walt, just now, leaving them people behind, what Biden's done on the border. I don't think we need to really be worried about whether he's got the mental capacity to do it or not. He's, in my opinion, is borderline on treason for what he's doing. I mean, he's putting Americans in jeopardy, letting what's coming across the border, not stealing the border.
Yeah.
The drugs and other stuff, you don't know who's coming across. We could wind up with, cells in here that want to, destroy from within, and they don't know what's coming across. They're not apprehending them all. And then leaving Americans behind in Afghanistan, I mean, and not just Americans. He put our allies, some of them in jeopardy. Remember the British?
Oh, yeah.
Voted on the House, on the Parliament floor condemning him. They wasn't happy with it.
Very angry, yes.
So I don't know if it's just we need to worry about his mental capacity or if he just needs to be. If Trump had done what Biden done, he'd have been out of office in a hurry. Well, they'd have hauled him off to prison.
I know one of Eagle's top topics of discussion is these middle of the night flights, landing in various cities and states all over the country. Essentially, the entire country is now a border community. Oftentimes, people in the heartland, that's down in Arizona. Let them deal with it. It's Texas, it's Arizona, it's California. Let them deal with it. But when they're boarding planes and landing in Pennsylvania and Ohio and Florida and literally all over the country, we've all become a border community. Representative Dan Muser, one of several Republicans who have introduced a piece of legislation that will require the Biden administration to notify state and local officials if illegals are going to be dropped off in their state. Now, this past day said the bill is going to be a vital tool to bring transparency to the issue. You think the Democrats are going to support this? All we're asking for is a notification and transparency, and we want to know about the sponsors, where these young people and or young adults are going to be going, so Customs and Border Patrol don't feel like they're a link in human trafficking. He was on the program, Wake Up America. I think it's a pretty reasonable bill to introduce. The Immigration Transparency and Transit Notification Act hasn't got bipartisan support, of course. Now, he said, if Democrats will not back the legislation, then it is unquestionable that the administration and the Democrats are favorable to this terrible process and the crisis at our border, and will not provide any sort of transparency as to the safety of those that are experiencing this treacherous trek. Meanwhile, the open door policy at the border is causing serious damage to the United States long term, he points out. We have a number of international crises taking place right now, but none as important as this. Nearly 2 million arrests were made in 2021. We have many of what they call gotaways. Over 400,000. The drugs, it cannot be stated enough. Illegal drugs are the number one cause of death for Americans between the age of 18 and 45. They're pouring in from that border. This isn't political. We all need to stop this crisis for the safety of the American people. Now, again, do you think for a moment the Democrats are going to support? I highly doubt it. But you know what? If they can manage to bring it up for a vote, every one of them, every House member will be on the record. Of course, at this moment in time, with Nancy Pelosi, Speaker of the House, I doubt she'll ever even bring it to the floor for a vote. But he did go on to say, I'm introducing this after I was notified by airport employees that chartered flights carrying hundreds of illegals are landing at multiple airports throughout northeastern Pennsylvania in the dead of night with no proper notice provided to state, local, federal officials, and illegal immigrant passengers put on buses after their flight to undisclosed locations where they're going. There are many documented cases of this: New York, Texas, Florida, Tennessee, thanks to the Biden administration's open border policies. And they're in every state Every state is now a border state. All right, looking at the clock here, final hour just ahead, and room for you at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
The diplomatic channels have been busy between Washington and Moscow. President Biden met with his new German counterpart Olaf Scholz, vowing that the crucial Nord Stream 2, Russia to Germany gas pipeline, will be blocked if Russia further invades Ukraine. Russian President Vladimir Putin met with French President Emmanuel Macron for more than 5 hours. Putin says it's the U.S. and its allies the only ones talking invasion. Russia has been adding military power at the border with Ukraine. The Biden administration says the Kremlin could launch an invasion at any moment. Police in Richland, Washington, looking for a gunman who shot up the inside of a Fred Meyer store. The Associated Press says a white man with a handgun may have fled the scene after the shooting. One person is dead, another is injured. Police are asking residents to avoid the area. The Dow gained 1.25 points. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot for Patriot VPN. Patriot VPN is a virtual private network service that uses military-grade encryption to protect your internet connection on all of your devices. With Patriot VPN, your data and internet privacy is secure anywhere in the world. Why do you need Patriot VPN? Cyber criminals, government, even your own internet service provider collect and use your private information without your knowledge. Examples in the news recently, remember all the companies that have been hacked? Cuba censored the internet to kill protests. Here in America, conservative groups are being actively targeted. Your personal information and internet history is being sold by your ISP. It's all happening every day, but not with Patriot VPN. With Patriot VPN, your internet activity and history is protected from prying eyes forever. Patriot VPN is a veteran-owned business right here in the USA. For business or your family, starting at only $6.95 a month, use code WAR and get 3 months free. With an annual subscription, it's all at patriotvpn.com. That's patriotvpn.com.
The Supreme Court put a hold on a lower court ruling that Alabama draw new congressional districts. The 3-judge panel on the lower court ruled that the state likely violated the Federal Voting Rights Act by diluting the political power of black voters by not creating a second district in which they made up a majority. Justices Brett Kavanaugh and Samuel Alito, part of the High Court's conservative majority, said the lower court's order came too close to the 2022 election cycle. Streaming giant Spotify is standing by Joe Rogan, the world's most popular podcaster, who has cost the company content over his comments concerning COVID. Several music artists have requested their songs be removed from the platform because of it, and that was before a video of him using racial slurs had surfaced. Spotify CEO Daniel Ek condemned Rogan's language and agreed with past episodes being removed, but Ek says that canceling voices is a slippery slope. The Dow ended the day flat, the NASDAQ and S&P was down. This is USA Radio News.
The greatest radio shows of all time.
Frank Sinatra as Rocky Fortune.
Classic radio theater.
Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
The story of Dr. Kildare.
The Pepsodent Show, starring Bob Hope.
The greatest radio shows of all time. Classic radio theater with Wyatt Cox. On this radio station or wherever podcasts are served, just by searching for Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox. That's Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox.
The airline industry is taking a tough stance against unruly passengers making the skies not so friendly. More from USA Radio's Tim Berg.
The FAA logged close to 6,000 cases of unruly passenger behavior in 2021, with close to 72% of incidents stemming from mask mandates on planes. This as Delta CEO Ed Bastian has called for the Justice Department to enact a no-fly list not once but twice within the past year, most recently Friday. When it comes to enacting that no-fly list, Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg joined CNN and says,
I think we need to take a look at it. The airlines are often doing their own internal no-fly lists. Some of them have spoken about maybe coordinating on that, and we're looking at these policy recommendations as well. Not that we're waiting for that in order to take action. The FAA has a zero-tolerance policy. Fines have been increased. Enforcement has been increased. We've seen some encouraging news in terms of downward trends in unruly incidents, but let's be very clear. This is happening at an unacceptable rate. Anything besides zero is an unacceptable rate.
From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
More news for you anytime, anywhere. Log on to usaradio.com. Look for us on Facebook as well at USA Radio. For USA Radio News, I'm Kenneth Burns in New York.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Try as they may in China to prevent COVID from arriving in the Olympic Village. I mean, they had the proverbial Olympic Village bubble, as they called it. COVID knows no boundaries. And we're getting, not surprising to me, reports of deplorable conditions. Some of these athletes are being thrown in after testing positive. The report from London's Daily Mail, dozens of athletes thrown into virus isolation at China's Zero COVID Olympics. Speaking about their misery, describing crying like crazy after being hauled out of bed at 3 a.m. before being fed miserable food in rooms too small to even exercise. As Beijing tries to hold a virus-free event in the midst of a pandemic, cutting off competitors and their teams in a bubble where they must be tested every single day, and anyone who tests positive is drug off into isolation. But according to the athletes, conditions in isolation are dire. According to one Russian biathlete, claims she was served the same inedible meal 3 times a day for 5 days in a row, which has left her so emaciated that her bones were sticking out. There's a photograph. Hey, she probably wasn't supposed to take that. I mean, that looks worse than prison food. During one night of horror, as she described it, officials dragged me out of bed at 3 a.m. in order to take her back to the athletes' village after ruling she was COVID-free, only to later say, well, we made a mistake, and took me back to solitary. I'm sitting in the ambulance. It's 3 a.m. I'm crying like crazy because I don't know what's going on. I did not feel safe at all, says the 26-year-old athlete. There are currently 387 people from the athletes' bubble in isolation. Although this also includes members of their teams and the press, the exact number of competitors in solitary, not clear. And of course, you're not going to get those numbers from China, are you? But it's believed to be in the dozens. An American figure skater and medal hopeful was among the athletes to test positive yesterday, taken into isolation. Austrian snowboarder testing positive. The head of Finland's ice hockey team said on Sunday China is violating the human rights of one of his star players by keeping him in isolation despite the team doctors clearing him to play. He's been locked in isolation since testing positive for the virus 18 days ago and remains in isolation despite being symptom-free. See, my friends, this is China. China. Under China's strict rules, You can only leave isolation after 2 negative PCR tests taken 24 hours apart. But the World Health Organization warns against using PCR tests to determine isolation periods because people can actually continue testing positive on these very sensitive kits for weeks after they're infectious because just a small trace of the virus would remain in their system. Yes, the athletes are under huge mental strain. And then the food, her complaint about the food, where she took an Instagram post of the food that she said was served to her 3 times a day for 5 days. It looks a portion of just plain pasta, some kind of grilled meat on the bone. It's probably dog. I no kidding, it probably is. An unidentifiable sauce, some sort of an orange sauce, a few potatoes, and what appears to be plain chicken. Other than the potatoes, which appear to have been fried, no vegetables included on the plate. In a message along that post, she wrote, "My stomach hurts, I'm very pale, I have huge black circles around my eyes." Wow. Not the best of conditions for the athletes over there, right? All right, with that, it is 844-844-3388. And we've got plenty of room for you this Tuesday morning. How's your week starting out? Gilligan, what's going on there?
Oh, not much. Just driving up 81, eating my Reese's cup.
There you go.
Yeah, shout out to Paul. I appreciate the GoFundMe page. Yeah, we're going to build a GoFundMe page over here at GMA Enterprises for her Hershey Kisses things. She's got a thing for chocolate. I'm going to touch on a couple things. This whole thing with the Chinese Olympics in China, is anybody really surprised at how these athletes are being treated over there? I mean, this is China.
Yep.
China is noted for this kind of stuff. I mean, it's horrible, but that's China. That's normal for China. I feel hard. I feel bad for these people. My heart goes out to them. Like it's been brought up before, these people work almost their entire lives to build up to go to the Olympics. This may be their oldest chance.
Correct.
To build their lifelong dream. You know, it's so sad because not many of them get to go to more than one Olympic Games. Now, you were talking earlier about cleaning out your nose. Now, I don't know about your grandmother, but my grandmother used to have a saying, "Come in if your nose is clean." But once again, our grandparents was proven right again. I remember my one cousin, she was about 4 or 5 years old, and my grandma told her to come in if your nose is clean. She come back a few minutes later, "Well, it's clean now. I washed it out here in the faucet." I thought that was kind of cute. Maybe I'm the only one. I don't know how many of your listeners have pellet stoves. My mom has a pellet stove, and she's been having trouble with wood pellets. I've been having trouble with hers. Now, I know that they have these rolling brownouts in some areas, and it seems like in her area, they're having the same problem. Power goes down that's coming through the electric wires, and it literally shuts down that pellet stove. If somebody's having trouble with their pellet stove, you may want to check your electricity level. These cell meters you can plug into an outlet and tell you what kind of voltage you got coming through. Now, I've seen her meter, and it gets down in the red part of that meter. It literally will shut down your pellet stove. Okay. Also, one other thing. On a lighter note, I think you can appreciate this. Boy, has GMA Enterprises got a deal for you.
Oh, boy.
Summers.
Al, who are we going to rip off now?
Well, on the expansion on the secret bunker, get away from that SH bunch. But we have a real special deal. We will send out a genuine imitation Amish man, it's brain dead, Amish attire, fake beard, buggy, but to do your estimate and to supervise the building of it for the incredible low price of $1,995. Now, don't that sound great for a genuine Amish build expansion? What do you think?
A genuine Amish impersonator.
Yes, genuine. All right. Well, just remember our motto here at GMA Enterprises. We'll cheat you, treat you right. And thank you for taking my call, Steve.
There you go, Gilligan. Have a good morning. Be safe out there. Thanks for checking in. And plenty of room for you. As our final hour off and rolling here, it is 844-844-3388. And for our friends tuned in on tncradio.live this morning, if you're catching us here, stick around for last night's Building Strong Minds with Dr. Christopher Kortman, followed by Truckers Life Radio from our friends at TFC Global, coming up later this morning. As we wrap things up at 5 a.m. Eastern Time. Tesla's at it again. Oh boy, according to the report from Landline this past day, making headlines for faulty equipment directly related to its autonomous software. From left lane cruising to playing video games while driving, the time to heavily regulate the autonomous vehicle industry was yesterday. I believe Tyson Fisher, one of the contributors there to Landline, put this together. Now, Tesla's in a unique situation. Front and center of an emerging industry that has incredible power before coming close to realizing its full potential. Now, in recent memory, no other technology has captured the attention of a nation, let alone the world, before the product was even developed. I guess you could argue smartphones have a similar effect on people. People literally camped outside Apple stores before a new iPhone is launched, not knowing exactly what they're even going to get. But Tesla's different. We're dealing with a primary mode of transportation that can be fatal if the technology is not perfected. You see, if your new iPhone has a bug, well, you may not be able to make a call or play Candy Crush. If your autonomous vehicle has a bug, you could die. Let's take a look at some of the headlines that Tesla's been dealing with as of late. Headline number one, Tesla drivers report a surge in phantom braking. Tesla recalls more than 50,000 vehicles with a rolling stop feature. And this was just the last week or two. Regulators to evaluate Tesla video game feature. Next headline, Tesla autopilot crash results in the first felony charges related to automated systems. California senators scrutinizing Tesla's full self-driving system. All of those have occurred since December, despite federal evaluation, investigations, and felony charges. Tesla has not received so much as a slap on the wrist. Stay in your left lane. Tesla's assertive mode is the full self-driving software, a great example of how the company is ignoring safety and common sense. Simultaneously, it shows how the government is ignoring Tesla. January 31st, 1 week ago, Tesla recalled tens of thousands of vehicles because they would not stop at a stop sign. This wasn't a bug, it was a feature, apparently. Assertive mode allows vehicles on autopilot to have a smaller following distance before more frequent speed lane changes will not exit passing left lanes and may perform rolling stops. In other words, Tesla's trying to take BMW's undisputed title of being the car maker for jackasses. That's nice. What they call assertive mode, what it's doing is knowingly violating some traffic laws. Rolling stops are illegal in many parts of the country. The same is true with cruising in the left lane. Yeah, those sort of features should not be allowed on any vehicle. But what is Congress doing? Well, they're doing what they've always been great at. They're kicking the can further down the road. Congress sees the need for regulation. They need to actually start doing something. There was a recent meeting in the House of Representatives Highways and Transit Subcommittee, entitled The Road Ahead for Automated Vehicles. Representative Peter DeFazio at the time said, the advancement of automated vehicles requires a lot of regulatory responsibility. It is a tremendous challenge for regulators. It should not be done by the state. We need some reasonable guidelines federally, and we've got to get it right. To which Tyson Fisher says, agreed. We, as truck drivers, know how overzealous the government can get when it comes to transportation regulation. While Tesla's allowed to cruise in the left lane, sometimes illegally, truck drivers are prohibited from using the left lane in many areas. Phantom braking on Tesla vehicles, no big deal. Yet safety groups and some Congress members want to mandate automatic emergency braking and collision mitigation software on all trucks, despite the fact that these technologies have shown to activate unnecessarily, which could cause a potentially fatal situation for motorists. Some say no publicity is bad publicity, but Tesla may prove to be the exception to that rule. When you're the poster child for an emergency or emerging industry, you've got that I'll do what I want rebel kind of attitude. Elon Musk and Tesla seem to believe they are more powerful than the government. And at least so far, they've proven themselves to be correct. Anyway, Peter DeFazio, he is correct. Congress needs to regulate the autonomous vehicle industry and get it right. And while they're at it, maybe, just maybe, they could revisit trucking regulations and get those right at the same time. That'll never end, though. It's 23 past the hour. Back in 2 here. Lines available at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111.
I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
I think sometimes they call them clickbait. Little story that grabs a headline that grabs your attention. You can't resist the temptation to find out a little bit more. But yeah, it's an article that was originally published on Quiz. And I'm looking at a website, thetastyarea.com. They're talking about fast food joints where employees speak out about the things you do not want to order. Buffalo Wild Wings, for instance. Only one thing is quality at B-Dubs. And it's nice that they have a full menu, but is everything there worth the calories? Well, according to Hunter of the Sky, he says, I worked at B-Dubs. Don't get anything other than the wings. That's the only quality thing there. Everything else is frozen. It's all just frozen and reheated food. You can do that at home. All right, Thomas. Arby's. Now, this one, I've never heard this. Is this true? I know a lot of you guys out there are in the food delivery service business, heading out to various restaurants here and there. Arby's roast beef sandwiches are what put them on the map back in the day. No other chain had that option. But what are they made of? According to Redditor Logic, it's not even a solid product when they receive it. The employee explains, when we receive the roast beef, it's not actually solid. It's a bag of meat paste that solidifies after 3 hours in the oven. Is that true? I said it still tastes good, though. Have you ever liquid meat in a bag? Okay. Now, just because it's on the internet, does it have to be 100% true? It may be. I never heard such a thing. Now, I know Wendy's chili, right? I buy it from time to time. But the idea of the chili was just so they didn't waste leftover food. I think that was, what's his name? Dave Thomas, the Wendy's founder. That was the idea. So much food gets thrown out at fast food joints. Now, Wendy's might be selling you old greasy burgers in another form. If you have someone who can't seem to stop overcooking the beef, you may end up with chili meat for at least 3 days. Well, chili meat's good for 7 days, if I recall correctly. Occasionally, depending on how popular the chili sells on any given day, it's possible that you might actually even get chili with meat cooked on that same day. But fans love the stuff, but you may be mad to find out it's not fresh. But hey, chili never claimed to be fresh. So, in other words, burgers. For whatever reason, I guess any leftover. I thought your order was cooked to order. I don't know why they would have so much leftover beef, but they chop up the beef, they put in some hot sauce, some beans. You end up with chili, but you have no beef waste, supposedly. It may be 1 day old, it may be 5 days old. Yummy. All right, we'll get back to your calls here. First, we got to get our news break, though, right? As we hit bottom of the hour here. And we'll be back after this. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
The diplomatic channels have been busy between Washington and Moscow. President Biden met with his new German counterpart Olaf Scholz, vowing that the crucial Nord Stream 2 Russia to Germany gas pipeline will be blocked if Russia further invades Ukraine. Russian President Vladimir Putin met with French President Emmanuel Macron for more than 5 hours. Putin says it's the U.S. and its allies the only ones talking invasion. Russia has been adding military power at the border with Ukraine. The Biden administration says the Kremlin could launch an invasion at any moment. Police in Richland, Washington, looking for a gunman who shot up the inside of a Fred Meyer store. The Associated Press says a white man with a handgun may have fled the scene after the shooting. One person is dead, another is injured. Police are asking residents to avoid the area. The Dow gained 1.25 points. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
Here's some great news. If you missed the deadline to sign up for health insurance, or if you just have a plan you're not happy with, you still have a choice. It's called MediShare. There are hundreds of thousands of members, and they love it. MediShare has a 98% customer satisfaction rating, and this is obviously huge. The typical family saves around $6,000 a year switching to MediShare. Find out more. They're great to talk to. 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
The Hotshot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hotshot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive an 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles per gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
And here we are. Let's see, right back to the phones we go. Mentioned some of that fast food stuff. And I got to see what... The dog food bandit?
Yes, sir.
Hey there, what's going on?
Going down the road. I was just calling to say that both of those things about the fast food are 100% true. My buddy's a distributor, and his number one client is Arby's. And he has told me many a times how disgusting that meat is. And it's all boiled at the plant, and then they put it in a bag. Then they take it to the store, and then they put it in the oven.
Is that right? That is wild. I had no idea.
Oh, yeah, that is true. Yep, and the same thing. I remodeled Wendy's restaurants for about 7 years, and the same thing's true with the chili meat. They chop up all the leftover hamburgers and put it in the chili meat.
So is that because they do the fresh, never frozen beef thing at the end of any given day? They take whatever fresh meat they have. Oh, okay. So it's not like somebody overcooked
the fresh hamburgers comes in like a sleeve.
Okay.
Oh, and they're already pre-cut. I mean, they're fresh, but they're pre-cut. So, if you open up a sleeve because it's fresh and never frozen and you have 10 hamburgers left at the end of the night, instead of throwing it away, they cook it up and make the hamburger for the chili.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. I wonder how that worked out. Okay. Interesting. So Arby's roast beef is a bag of meat.
Yes. I do not eat Arby's.
I'll never look at Arby's the same. Yep. Okay. All right. Well, hey, thanks for listening in.
That's why when you get it, that's why when they've been sitting around, it's all rubbery.
Boy,
if you go at 3, and you can tell it's been sitting around for a minute, that's why.
All right. Well, that explains it.
But all right, I'll get off and let you get someone else on.
Thank you for checking in, the dog food bandit. It's true. Oh, what other fast food secrets are out there that we're not familiar with? Hey, good morning, Kentucky Ken. What's happening?
Hey, I'm running down to Corinth, Mississippi. Picked up a load in Cincinnati yesterday and running down the road. Yeah, I don't eat that fast food stuff. I packed my truck up for the week. I'm afraid of that stuff. I didn't eat it as a policeman, and I'm surely not going to eat it as a truck driver.
Right.
But I try to stay away from that stuff because I know it's not good. In fact, I have, since I've been driving about 7 months, this is no joke, and this is how funny it is. This is how often I eat fast food. I stop at a Love's, fuel up, and I'm hungry and I'm tired. And I thought, you know what? I'm going to get me a Big Mac sandwich and a chocolate shake. So I go up, order the food. I ordered 1 Big Mac, no fries, chocolate shake. She said, that's $9 and something cents. I said, ma'am, I ordered 1 Big Mac. She said, no, that's the price. I said, well, I remember when they were like $1.50.
Yeah.
So yeah, I just don't eat that stuff very often. But yeah, I pack my stuff. I'm afraid of that food. I really am. But on the good side of things, Houday.
That's right, Houday.
I am. I got on my dashboard on the passenger side a Bengals blanket, and I dug out years ago the old Riverfront Stadium. I had season tickets to section 231 in the green section, and I had a very old with the old Bengal logo. I dug that out when they played the Chiefs. So that's my little good luck charm. So I got it on my Kentucky Ken gnome on my dash as well.
There you go.
So
All right.
I'm running through the country with some Houday garb on my truck.
All right.
I really hope. I hope they do it. But anyway, have a good week, and we'll talk to you soon. Stay away from fast food. It's not good for you.
Could this be the year? Could this be the year? First ever Super Bowl for the Cincinnati Bengals. Boy, they're more than overdue, but there's a handful of teams that have never yet made it to a Super Bowl. Did you realize that? I think there's four or five teams. Hey, got a message from one of our listening friends that within the past hour said, I just passed a sign on I-75 in Michigan that says, trucks to Canada go to Port Huron. Detroit Bridge closed. So I guess that whole deal's still ongoing, right? Craig on board this morning after sharing the conditions in China, especially when you test positive for COVID and get put in the isolation ward. He said, conditions dire in China? Are you kidding me? Now, who would have ever thought that? Yeah, let's take a vacation to China only to be locked up. I am surprised and shocked. Go figure. And there's our old friend Truck and Phil on board this morning, right on cue. Morning, Steve Sommers and the Hotshot Secret Nation overnight drive. Happy Taco Tuesday. Coffee up. Ready to head out to Sterling Heights, Michigan, make that flip back to Fort Wayne with General Motors this morning. All right, there's the horse feathers. Yes, sir. One more thing, huh?
Yeah, thanks for taking me back for one last thing, one more time, one last thing. Yeah, China there, well, to begin with, it looked like they were putting those people in an isolation room that was about the size of a broom closet, maybe, or half a broom closet. I don't know if you could fit a broom and a mop in it. And the other thing, did you see about their ski slopes? Apparently, they don't really have snow on them, so they have to manufacture something. And apparently, it's pretty much solid ice, so there's a lot of skiers getting seriously injured.
Really?
And, you know, having all kinds of issues with the snow and ice. So, speaking of snow and ice, we're down to about 33 degrees here in northern Maryland. And they got signs up, you know, to watch out for bridges, overpasses, intersections and stuff. Salt trucks have been out laying down salt, make sure that things aren't going to ice up. But roads are still pretty wet from all the rain yesterday. And so there's a chance of things icing up a little bit here. So just watch yourselves and, you know, on anything that could possibly be slippery here.
Yeah, I had not mentioned. I know
that might not be wet.
I believe they have what do they call it? Freezing fog advisories down through parts of Virginia. And right now, there's some dense fog advisories up in Maryland.
Yep, there is fog too. So yeah, be aware. And Steve, for taking care of your nose, don't you have the community neti pot on the bathroom vanity that everybody goes in and uses the old neti pot?
That was the term. That's, I guess, Navage is a glorified neti pot, right?
Yeah, it's like a power one, but the old neti pot, I think it was a manual operation, wasn't it? You had to suck it in and blow it out.
Yep. Yeah. I never did one, but I've seen them. I've seen like video demonstrations, but I'll pass.
You're supposed to have the community one there on the bathroom vanity. Everybody uses the same one there. All right. Hey, with all that good news there, hurry up and get this thing over with before it gets worse.
Okay. Wait a minute. It gets worse. Okay, here you go. Patchy freezing fog and black ice this morning. Yeah, this particular statement from Wakefield, Virginia. Patchy freezing fog will continue over the next few hours over central Virginia, including the Richmond metro area. Motorists need to be alert for reduced visibilities due to the fog, as well as slick spots and patches of black ice, especially on elevated surfaces, bridges, and overpasses from yesterday's rain. Allow for extra time to reach your destination. So there you go. And I see they've got these advisories. Eastern Pennsylvania, pretty much all of New Jersey on up into southern New York. See what their special weather statement is. All right, pretty much the same thing here. Yeah, icy spots on area roads this morning. Rain is tapering off, moving offshore, but temperatures dropping below freezing before daybreak. This may result in a freeze of standing water on area roads, and some patchy freezing fog is possible as well. As a result, some icy spots will develop early this morning, especially for the secondary or untreated roadways. So eastern seaboard there, freezing frogs, that's the issue. Yo, Chevy guy.
Hey. Okay, yeah, I'm thinking, I'm wondering if these athletes are now starting to wonder, meat on a bone and a piece of chicken and fried potatoes, man. Sounds like a good meal to me, plus the other stuff. You got to wonder what the Uyghurs are having for dinner, a bowl of gruel.
If that's the best they can do for the athletes, I mean, would you not think with people from, athletes from all around the world being there that they would try to be putting on their best face, at least trying to, as far as especially the food is concerned, to make it appear like, everything's hunky-dory here in China. But they're not sending that message. I mean, the mystery meat, I'm not kidding. That could be some dog meat.
Hey, when the athletes get home eating that stuff, Fido will be sleeping with one eye open out there.
Right.
Now, and the other thing, that all Arby's and that big old bag of goo meat, roast beef. The first thing that come to mind was Soylent Green. Soylent Green is people. China's selling us ground up Uyghur meat. What do you think?
Yeah,
Lord have mercy. It ain't gonna hold me. It ain't gonna hold me back. I tell my wife to get a double order of meat, and then I tell her to remove her bun, and I grab half the meat off of her sandwich. By the way, I looked at my license from 3 years ago. I was 265 pounds, and I just weighed in at 263. So I don't know how I'm doing it. But, I'm maintaining my weight, and I eat like a horse.
Yeah, you made some progress.
Other than that, 10-4. All right. Other than that, prayers for Pappy, still continuously in prayers. And thank God she's young and she's this stuff. And young enough that this will all be in the past, and she'll live a long life and won't even think of it. I got a grandson that has that rod down through his leg where he bought a truck, drove it off the property, off the farm, come down the mountain in West Virginia, and the brakes were gone, and he ran right into a bridge in Buckman trying to get it stopped. It just collapsed. So, yeah, he went through a lot there, too. So.
Yeah.
All right, other than that, we're going to sit back, copy the mail, and be ready to listen to Steve Sommers' Overnight Drive.
Thank you very much.
In a couple hours next morning. Other than that, copy the mail.
Okay.
Over and out.
I kind of figure she's probably got quite a ways to go as far as recovery, recuperation, whatnot. I mean, fact of the matter is, technically, I guess she's lucky to be alive, to say the least. Having the head injury, she had a fractured skull, I believe Pappy said, and she had at one point the brain bleed when they first got her in there, and That was the biggest concern. She'd been on big-time blood thinners before they could actually do the surgery for the femur yesterday. But she's been, I guess, what do they call that? Like an induced coma, sedated, whatever, since she arrived in the hospital and on the ventilator. So once they take her off the vent and try to wake her up, I don't know if there's any way to tell if there's been any sort of brain trauma, any sort of damage that may have been done there. Sure, they've been doing CAT scans and things of that nature, looking for that sort of thing. But I guess when they try to wake her up today, they'll find out more. All right, back in 2 here on a Tuesday morning, Taco Tuesday. Good to have you with us. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Well, it's an FYI kind of thing. Yeah, I'm looking at from the Weather Service office there in Nebraska. We got red flag warnings for a big chunk of south central Nebraska, north central Kansas today. I'm thinking, didn't we just have a big storm come through? Got a lot of snow, a lot of ice. I mean, obviously things shouldn't be very dry, but here's what they say from the National Weather Service office. 20 to 25 mile per hour sustained winds, gusts to 40 miles per hour. Very low relative humidity, as low as like 17, 15%. That's why they've got the red flag warnings. Any fires that ignite could spread rapidly and exhibit extreme fire behavior. Use extreme caution if engaging in activities that could lead to fire ignition. Now, further to the north there, also some red flag warnings in southeastern and south central portions of South Dakota. Looks like windy conditions, as we've got wind advisories and even high wind warnings over western portions of South Dakota today. What are they talking? Northwest winds 30 to 40 miles per hour, gusts up to 65. Portions of northwestern and southwestern South Dakota today. Now, let's see, till 5 o'clock this afternoon, Tuesday. That's mountain time, of course. High winds may bring down trees, damage roofs, small outbuildings and signs, power outages possible, travel difficult, especially for those high-profile vehicles You could encounter blowing dust, reduced visibility, and flying debris. All right, so looks like the highest winds are occurring pretty much right now, since they're in mountain time. So 3 o'clock in the morning there. Highest winds from 1 a.m. till 5 a.m. early Tuesday morning with the passage of a cold front, and then from 9 a.m. till 3 p.m. this afternoon. So right now, the winds are howling. Then back to Beijing. I have not seen any of the games at this point, but I'm looking at the report from NPR that, no snow. No snow before the games, no problem. We'll just make the snow. Now, I know the ski resorts have the snow-making machines anyway. The Bright Ski Course northwest of Beijing kind of sticks out on the brown and dry landscape of the surrounding mountain. The venue, the site of the highly anticipated men's and women's downhill ski events for the Winter Games this past day, under each of these top-tier athlete skis, was pretty much entirely artificial snow. Although temperatures at the Olympics, the venue, are downright frigid, real snow not easy to come by. Where can you go to get 15 below Celsius, sun, and no snow for a week? Well, I guess that's what they were contending with right there in Beijing for the Winter Games. And with that, we're pretty much up against the clock. Hey, have a great morning. It's been great to have you here with us, especially for some maybe of our first-time listeners who joined us this morning, or maybe just joining us at this hour, getting ready for what's coming up on tncradio.live. Stick around for Building Strong Minds from last night, Dr. Christopher Cortman, after which, what's up next? Truckers Life Radio from our friends at TFC Global. And we'll see everybody back here at the midnight hour tonight. I hope you'll join us once again for another edition of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my own. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of.